back in session. I understand there's a question, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. I just wanted to ask the council if, given where we are in the hearing process, I'm sure you're aware that we haven't yet even completed PQ witnesses. If there's an ability of the council to continue the hearing beyond, I think it was Friday at noon that we originally anticipated wrapping up. Just so all of the parties are aware that we will have adequate time to ask questions and call the witnesses we need to call.
Yeah, we've been thinking about that. We don't have a complete decision yet, but we weren't going to close the hearing on Friday at noon anyway. And I think it's really important for everyone to have a chance to comment. And while we've been going slow, I think it's actually been really useful to hear all this information, have everybody have a chance to ask questions. So we will, we're not going to force an ending arbitrarily on Friday at noon. If we need to continue on, we will figure out a way to do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Now that said, if people could speed it up. Yes.
Since a lot of us was talking about politics, I think a couple of us agree it's been gone. Right? If it looks like on Thursday night, would it be consideration maybe not meet at all on Friday? And at least then more of us, you're not going to finish.
Yeah.
Then postpone a larger share of the hearing so that maybe more of us can get back to that extra testimony. Those of us are going to be gone to gain half a day of testimony.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Let's we could make that decision probably about midday tomorrow. So, but thanks, that's a good suggestion.
Dr. Bagley, one quick clarification on that issue. Will we have the opportunity to comment if the council decides not to hold a hearing on Friday? The concern for Brook Mine is, as the council is well aware, we feel this should have been a 20-day hearing. It's gotten bumped and bumped and bumped, and this seems like another occasion to bump it further down the road. Had we had an original 20-day hearing, we would have had a decision from the director in just a matter of days. This would have already taken place. The council would have issued findings of fact, and we would have been somewhere, whether it's a yes, no, or yes with conditions. So our concern is pushing this further down the line and delaying the process even further. So we would recommend the council hold a hearing on Friday. And frankly, we think if people are talking about relevant information and proceeding in an efficient manner, we can get it done by Friday. And understanding that members of the council won't be here, and I understand that concern as well, but we have an issue with getting the permit moving forward.
Sure, thank you for that feedback. So tomorrow afternoon, we will revisit where we are, see what we need to do, but we were going to close the hearing on Friday at noon anyway. If you was going to request closing statements to be not presented on Friday, so we'll get it sorted out. But I do want to make sure, and I certainly appreciate urgency of Brook Mine, but I do want to make sure that the public does have a chance to bring its feedback in, and those who had objections get a chance to do that, understanding your objection.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley.
All right, so let us now continue with the cross-examination. So, Ms. Boomgarden, or your colleague.
Mr. Gregerson will proceed with cross. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed that the projector is not showing my screen. Hello, Dr. Kuchinar. My name is Clayton Gregerson. I am here with Crowley Fleck on behalf of my client, Bighorn Coal Company. You'll probably be happy to hear that I don't think I have all that many questions for you. Most of the issues that I had with the permit application and groundwater were addressed by Mr. Christensen, and his responses to those questions, I believe, are in the transcript already. So for you, I think I'll keep this pretty brief. Okay, so I'm going to start out again on the screen with Bighorn Exhibit 10 for your reference and for the council's reference. Do you see this map?
See here on the screen, yes.
And do you recognize this map as being from the Brook Mine permit application?
Cannot read the label here, the figure name, but I could see it's from the application.
Thank you. That's, I think, good enough. And for the record, it is Exhibit MP4, MP.4 from the permit application. It is the Skittles map that's been referred to throughout this hearing. And Dr. Kuchinar, as you may have gathered from being present at the prior testimony, that one of my client's chief concerns is that we're presenting here at the hearing today is the TR1 area and the implications of the proposed mining operations in that area. Are you familiar with the TR1 area?
Yes, I.
And we've got the laser pointer, so you understand the TR1 area as being this area right here in sections 15 and 22.
Yes,
And so, as I believe you discussed a little bit in your direct examination, you understand the TR1 area as being an area where there would be a high wall trench cut through that horizontal east-west oval, and then from the bottom of that trench, they will go and mine panels both north and south underground, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so now I want to turn to an exhibit that you referenced in your testimony, Bighorn BHC Exhibit 14. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right, and as you discussed, there is what you referred to as saturated backfill material right here, correct?
That's correct.
And when you talk about saturated backfill, you mean saturated with groundwater, correct?
That's correct.
And now you also talked about this test well that was drilled by Brook Mine and how it indicates on light blue markings where there is groundwater in the coal seams. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Now, that well, although it goes through what you've described as saturated backfill, it doesn't acknowledge any groundwater in the saturated backfill, does it?
this specific well that we are looking at is screened in the coal seams.
So it didn't acknowledge any of the groundwater in the backfill, right?
So when I mention it's screened in the coal seams, it's specifically designed to look at what's happening in the coal seams and not in the saturated backfill.
Thank you. And so what you described as one of your reasons for not being worried about the saturated backfill material and the groundwater implications is that you described a barrier and a lack of connection between the saturated backfill and that groundwater and the groundwater in the coal seams, right?
Yes,
And so that barrier is that basically this is the strata that's in between the two areas, correct?
yes,
Now, as we just discussed when looking at the TR1 area, Brook Mine's proposal is to actually cut a trench cut through this backfill material, right?
that's correct.
And so their trench cut will cut through that separating strata between the groundwater and the saturating backfill and the groundwater and the coal seams, won't it?
That's correct.
So then in effect, that barrier that you described that gave you the comfort of knowing that those water barriers were separate and distinct, that will actually be cut through and be gone in a portion of this material, right?
Where the proposed mine trench is going to be at that specific location, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Kuchinar, as you testified, your role in the review of the Brook Mine permit application was to review groundwater issues and particularly the groundwater modeling. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it is your understanding that as part of the mine permit application, Brook Mine was required to to submit data and analysis regarding groundwater, and this needed to include the groundwater modeling, which would address impacts that the mining operations might have on that groundwater, right?
Yes,
And I believe you also talked about how the hydrological input and data from the modeling and the information that it provided would be the foundation, the hydrological data and input from the various wells drilled by Brook Mine would provide the input and data for that modeling and also for your review, right?
yes,
Okay, so over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot of testimony about whether DEQ personnel such as yourself think the permit application is technically adequate and complete, and a lot about how much time people have spent looking at the application. But what I want to do with you is actually go through a few portions of the permit application, and specifically some portions that you referenced in your testimony. Does that sound all right?
sounds good.
All right, so I believe you referenced addendum D6 at various points, and you referenced that it outlines a lot of the information in the model and that you considered, right?
Can you restate what's the reference that you're?
Yeah, so during your direct examination, frequently, or at least several times, I believe you referenced addendum D6 of the permit application, correct?
Addendum D6?
Yes. Or appendix D6?
Appendix D6, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to pull up a portion of that, and I'll put it up on the screen here. And so do you see the D6.2 up at the top?
Yes, I do.
And so this is part of appendix D6?
That's correct.
And section D6.2 is actually the groundwater portion of appendix D6, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this section, as it goes through, discusses the various aspects of the groundwater in the permit application, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to go to the next page, DEQ 6024. And at the bottom of this page, I have a sentence highlighted. I want you to follow along as I read and tell me if I read this correctly. No monitoring wells were completed in the overburden or interburden, as no water was found in these units during drilling operations. And then ending on this page and going on to the next page, it says, Addendum D52 contains drilling logs and resistivity logs that demonstrate the overburden and interburden are dry. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, and I've already talked to Mr. Christensen about the reference material and whether that material is actually accurate. But as you read this, this pretty clearly states that there are actually no monitoring wells in any of the overburden and interburden, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we talking about the overburden in the whole mine or just TR1 or?
And we're talking, Dr. Kuchner, we're talking about the overburden in the entire permit area, correct?
That's correct.
Because I think a point of clarification, I don't think there's any debate that everything but TR1 is wrong. Is that, am I right there?
Yes, sir, I believe.
Would it clarify things if we kind of kept it to TR1 on the water issues? So people-
I'm sorry, Dr. Bagley, objection to the interjection. I mean, this doesn't seem to be.
I mean, I don't care where we keep it, but it's hard to keep track of which areas we're talking about. They're not, so I'm just trying to get it clear in my mind. I'm
So,
not trying to.
Yeah,
So let's make sure it's clear that when we're asking the question, whether you're referring to the whole permanent area or if you're specifically focusing on here, so that we can,
Because they're completely different.
there's different hydrogeology throughout this system.
yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I will. For clarification, right now I am talking about the entire overburden anywhere. My next question actually was, and so in that there is no modeling or monitoring wells in the entire overburden area, that necessarily means there's no monitoring wells in the TR1 area, correct?
There are no monitoring wells. I'm sorry? There are no monitoring wells.
All right, now, the next section I want to take you to is DEQ Exhibit 12, which is the mine plan, correct?
That's correct.
And so I've put this on the projector, and MP6, the title of this is Probable Hydrologic Impacts, correct?
Yes.
And so this is a section that's going to discuss those impacts and is actually something that's specifically required by the DEQ rules and regulations, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, so section MP 6.1 starts with surface water. And if we go down a couple pages, we get to MP 6.2, which is groundwater, correct?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to go one more page down to MP 6.2.3, which is entitled Drawdown in the Overburden. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, this says the overburden encountered when installing the monitoring network was primarily dry and is indicative of the Tongue River member of the Fort Union Formation in this area. The next sentence, drawdowns of the overburden were not modeled and only isolated sands were encountered and are expected to be affected. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
And so based on this, we can see that there's no modeling done in any of the overburden, correct?
This statement that you read could have been phrased better, but as I discussed in my testimony, the overburden is represented in model layer number 1. I think this statement, my interpretation is the drawdowns that you saw in the figures are not specifically shown as a figure. So the model accounts for overburden.
The model. Okay, so then this statement in the permit application and mine plan is incorrect?
It could have been phrased better.
But, okay, so I just want to be absolutely clear on this. This says that drawdowns of the overburden were not modeled, but you say that they were modeled?
They are accounted in the model, yes. They are accounted in the model, accounted.
Okay, and this also says that the drawdowns in the overburden were not modeled because they were isolated sands and effectively because they were dry, correct?
Asked and answered. Objection.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, move on.
So basically what I'm getting at here is these portions that we've reviewed suggest that the overburden is absolutely dry, right?
I think we want to be specific about the area that we are looking at. In general, towards the northwestern portions of the permit, it's dry. When you get to the Tongue River, it's not.
Okay, and that is contrary to what's written here in the mine plan.
That's not my understanding.
Well, and I guess to sum this up is you've acknowledged to me that the overburden in the TR1 area is actually saturated and wet, right?
The overburden in the TR1 area is saturated, yes.
And what I'm getting at here is the mine permit application doesn't ever address that, does it?
The model that's in the mine permit, it considers the TR1 area and it's in the model,
The TR1 area is in the model?
yes.
And the overburden and the saturation of that overburden is in the model?
Spatially, the TR1 area and everything within the 4,500 acres of the Brook mine permit, the 4,500 acres of the proposed Brook mine permit and the 38,000 acres that's outside the permit, it's all represented in the model. So the model did not exclude the TR1 area.
But does the model contemplate the saturation of the overburden in the TR1 area?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Yeah, I agree. The answer is it does. That's what I've heard several times.
Okay, so I'll ask the next question. Can you tell me where in the permit application that information is present?
So where the modeling layers are discussed, the overburden is in there. And then there are figures showing the cross section within the modeling section, and it shows the overburden is considered in the model.
Do you have any specific portion of the mine plan or the permit application you can point me to?
I can't think of it right now.
Okay.
I cannot think of it right now.
Okay, but we can agree that the permit application stated that there was no monitoring wells in the overburden in the TR1 area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I want to show you now is a portion of the DEQ rules and regulations. And this is, as you can see, from Chapter 2, permit application requirements for surface coal mining operations. Do you see that? It's up here at the top in that top box.
Yes.
Okay, and so this is Section 4 of that chapter, other baseline requirements. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right, so we're looking at subsection A, which is right below that, which, to summarize, says that the lands within the permit area need to be described, and then it goes on in various subsections to say what that description needs to consist of. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go down to subsection XII, which is highlighted on the screen. Do you see that? Excuse me.
Yes.
And so this says that it needs complete information on the groundwater, which may be affected in the permit area and adjacent areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and as we just discussed, there may be modeling contemplated in the TR1 area based on its coverage, but there's actually no monitoring wells in the TR1 area, correct?
Correct.
And you've acknowledged that that area actually has groundwater.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll confer with my co-counsel here and see if I have any follow-up questions. Dr. Kuchna, I don't think I have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. Good afternoon. You have said that the permit is technically adequate, correct?
Correct.
But yeah, you testified a little earlier about the adjudicated versus permitted wells issue for water wells, correct?
Correct.
And that it's your opinion that the permit needs to be changed to remove the word adjudicated, correct?
Correct.
How did you determine that was, I think your phrase was, a minor technical issue? Sorry. I can just wait. I don't. Yeah. I'm not ready. So to repeat the question, how did you determine that to remove the word adjudicated would be a minor technical issue?
So, not sure whether we have the specific page that cites the revision that I testified to. The specific sentence also quotes the statute. So the statute is clear. We need to replace all water rights. We need to replace all impact water rights by any mining.
Would you agree that's an important part of the statute?
It is.
And particularly important for nearby landowners whose water wells may be impacted, correct?
Correct.
So is it minor regarding the replacement of those water wells?
It's minor in the sense we as a division rely on the statutes and the permit comes next. So that if the permit contradicts the statute overrides. I think I'll leave it up to the council to discuss that, but my understanding is statute is overrides anything else.
Okay, that makes sense. So I guess how will this change? That's an important point then. So how will that change be made in the permit application?
I have recommended this change after I reviewed the objections. I'll leave the process to the permit coordinator and the supervisors to decide about the process.
Okay, so you said you made a recommendation. Where's that recommendation recorded?
We have discussed this change internally, and the council is the place that I'm making this recommendation to.
Okay, so you're making the recommendation to the council and you're asking the council to do something with that in their decision?
We are acknowledging that this is a recommendation that we make.
Have you contemplated making it a condition of approval of the permit application?
I would not get into the details of the process.
Okay, that's fine. So have you ever heard the phrase garbage in, garbage out in relation to a model, for instance, scientific model?
Yes,
Okay. Would you agree generally that that phrase is used to mean that a model is only good as the data you put into it?
correct.
Okay. So you talked a lot in your testimony about, some holes in the ground. I'm going to use a very unscientific phrase for that, that provided some data, hundreds of wells, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but would you agree that those holes in the ground were actually just boreholes drilled for the exploration of the coal resource?
The table that I referenced in my testimony lists a lot of boreholes, and they were drilled for lots of purposes that includes historical holes too.
But generally, they were drilled only into the coal seam, correct?
They go deeper too,
Did you-
some of them. They go deeper.
Deeper, but not shallower.
So there are like 300 drill holes that's in the table, and it covers a lot of ground in terms of depth.
Okay. So how many monitoring wells drilled specifically for the purposes of delineating baseline groundwater were drilled for this?
So I'd like to clarify the process that we took. I was involved in reviewing the permit after the permit application was submitted in November of 2014. And before that, our District 3 staff, Mr. Christiansen, was involved in discussions with the mine on like where do we set up the baseline and the adequacy of baseline, things like that. So I'm not exactly sure about what the details of those discussions, but for my review of the groundwater model, I relied on 15 specific groundwater level elevations.
Okay, so 15, not 100.
For groundwater levels, yes.
Kind of along those lines of questioning, how many site-specific data values did you collect or did the permit applicant collect for hydraulic, I'm going to butcher this, sorry, hydraulic conductivity?
There was one aquifer test that was conducted by Brook mine, and that was done during the pre-application phase of the,
Okay, so one test.
that's correct.
Okay. And where was that test done?
That was done within the permit boundary towards the northeastern sections of the permit.
Okay, and which geologic unit?
The coal seams were the ones that were tested during these aquifer tests.
Okay, so the coal seam. How many site-specific data for specific yield did the permit applicant collect?
So
And storage coefficient.
storage.
Yes.
Okay, I just
That's-
wanted to
that's
make
the
sure
phrase
that-
I'm supposed to be saying here. Yeah.
The storage parameters that was used in the model was also calculated from this aquifer test.
Okay, so that same test.
Yes.
Okay. So why did you feel confident that the permit application used a single value for hydrologic conductivity, storage coefficient, and porosity to characterize the entire?
So I'd like to step back a little bit here and explain the process. So we need these parameters to characterize the aquifer. One is just to have data points, and the other one is the point or the process where you apply this data points in the model. As I mentioned before, I am looking for an effective parameter that provides a best match to what you see in the ground in terms of water levels. If this one aquifer test, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Christiansen, but they went through this pre-application phase and they decided that this is the most appropriate location to conduct this test. And if this test is going to provide the effective parameter that the model is able to match the field conditions, additional data as a scientist, it looks good to me. But as a regulator, I think it's technically adequate for proceeding. It's technically adequate for the modeling purposes.
Okay, did I just hear you that you draw a distinction between what's good for a scientist versus what's good for a regulator?
So data is always good. I mean, we all know that we have hypothesis, even if it's well accepted, we would like to increase our confidence over time with more and more and more data. But I think we also need to realize as a regulator, the rules and regulations set the requirements for us to evaluate and get a good starting point for a mining application. So that's where we are.
Okay, so does this kind of go back to the minimum standards that Brook was talking about in their opening statement?
It does not. I mean, in this instance, specifically to modeling, this provides the information that I'm looking for. The value that additional data points are adding to the model at this point are a diminishing value.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't have technology ready for you. So could you turn to Exhibit 12 of DEQs at page 213? This is the Mine Planet 213. Sorry to make you do this. I just can't display my screen.
Did you say 230?
Yeah, 213.
I'm on page 213.
Okay, great. Do you see the last sentence of that first full paragraph on page 213?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that it reads limitations and assumptions specific to this modeling effort are primarily due to the complexity of the hydrogeologic system and a lack of data on physical and hydraulic characteristics of the aquifers and confining units being modeled? Do you see that? Am I in the wrong spot?
Seems the last sentence that I have in this page.
No, the last sentence of the first paragraph, sorry. Yeah, at the top there. So limitations and assumptions, starting that sentence.
Yes.
Okay, great. So it reads limitations and assumptions specific to this modeling effort are primarily due to the complexity of the hydrogeologic system and a lack of data on physical and hydraulic characteristics of the aquifers and confining units being modeled as described in detail within this report. Would you agree that that's what that sentence says? Just yes or no, whether that's what it says.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. Would you agree with that statement?
So there are limitations in the model. There are assumptions in the model. I agree with that. Yes.
Okay. In the course of your review of the permit application, did you identify any other limitations of this modeling effort that you believe is not captured within the sentence?
I don't think so.
Did you identify any other assumptions that you had to draw to complete this model?
Can you please restate the question?
In the course of your review of the permit application, did you identify any other assumptions that you had to draw to complete this modeling effort? It's not captured within this sentence.
This sentence, just 1 out of 60 pages of the model, so I cannot reasonably state that this sentence represents what you see in the 60 pages and all the documents and files that I reviewed.
Okay. Would you agree that there were a lot of assumptions drawn for the use of this model?
There are assumptions. I would not use the qualifier lot. I would not use the qualifier lot.
More or less than other permit applications you've reviewed?
Nothing stands out to me.
Could you turn to page 192 of that? Are you there?
Yes.
Do you see the last sentence of the last full paragraph on that page, starting with exploration data?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that it reads exploration data within the project area to date provides a limited understanding of the coal location, continuity, and hydrology? And in the sentence after that reads, this model was therefore constructed to provide a general understanding of regional groundwater impacts. Would you agree that that's what that says?
That's what it states here, but in my view, it could have been phrased better.
It could be phrased better.
Yes.
How would you phrase it?
This model provides adequate information to understand what's happening at the field right now and act as a good predictive tool. So I would like to step back and just like contemplate this a little bit here to provide the contextual understanding of these kinds of statements and modeling reports. As I said, I mean, there are like 164 rows and 325 columns of grid and 319,800 grid nodes. So for a modeler, it's pretty hard to say. I mean, you don't have like distinct data points for each of those grid nodes. So it becomes pretty subjective what you call as limited understanding versus an adequate understanding of the geographic area of interest. Of the geographic area of interest.
Okay, but this is the words from the permit applicant themselves, right?
That's correct.
On the purpose of their model, right?
That's correct.
That it was for a general understanding of regional groundwater impacts, right?
Correct.
Okay. So given that, how can this model be accurately used to predict site-specific conditions with a measure of certainty?
I would not like to repeat all the things that I said in the direct, but a lot of information went into building this model, testing the model, adhering to industry standards. based on that reasoning, I believe that this model is an adequate representation of, I believe that the model is an adequate representation of the field conditions.
Okay. You talked a little bit about, I guess, the uncertainty, and I think you used a phrase like 3 feet or something like that.
The error
Yeah, the
between the
error.
observed and the modeled values.
Okay. What is the uncertainty or the error associated with the model result?
So when you have a specific observation well, and it, for example, if it says the water level at this well is 100 feet, the model can predict plus or minus 3 feet to that 100 feet. 3 feet to the 100 feet.
And is that true throughout the permit area?
That's what we call as the mean error. So that's the average error on an average that you see within the permit boundary.
Okay, so what's the high range of error?
I had to go to the table and look at it. I can't recollect the exact number.
That's fine. I don't know where that page is either, so we're fine with that. Okay, would you agree generally that the alluvial aquifer is an important aquifer in this area?
Yes,
Because it serves for a water source and is important to agriculture.
yes.
So why did you sign off on a permit as being technically adequate then when there weren't any monitoring wells constructed in that alluvium?
I cannot go into the details of the pre-mining or the pre-application phase and the monitoring adequacy because I was not involved in those discussions.
Okay, so you just took the data that you got. You didn't have the ability to ask for more.
From the modeling perspective, I did not need that information.
Okay, so you, in all the rounds of comments you talked about, you never said, hey, let's get some more data here. Let's characterize this the right way.
I definitely asked for justification for the information that they provided in the permit.
Okay, but you never asked for more data.
Objection asked and answered.
Now that you've had a chance to review the permit application and the objections, would you, in your opinion, consider monitoring in the alluvium important?
Monitoring in the alluvium is important, and the mine has committed to 3 monitoring wells in the mine has committed to 3 monitoring wells in the Tongue River alluvium.
And that's going to be another one of these minor technical fixes, I think is what they've been phrased.
It is not, it's already in the permit application.
How does the model and your review of it and use of it handle the saturated overburden and the TR1 area?
It represents as a geologic unit as model layer number 1. It represents, maybe I need to come closer, but it's represented in the model as model layer number 1.
So you seem to be a pretty important part of the permit review process, given the importance of groundwater in the area. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Christensen. Did you feel at any time pressure related to your review of the permit application, given the statutory deadlines that DEQ has to meet for its rounds of technical review?
No, I did not.
You did not. So after that first round, it's a 30-day review period, right?
Yes,
For all the other rounds.
yes.
And that's enough time to run the models, check the data, do all the work that you have to do.
I did all the work in 30 days.
All right, must be some late nights that you have going on there at DEQ. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Doctor. I have a few questions to cover with you. So I do not forget to, I would like to follow up for a moment on a couple of questions that Ms. Anderson asked. If I understand correctly, the hydraulic conductivity and the storage coefficient for the entire 4,500 acres was developed from one well site, correct?
Correct.
And if I have understood the testimony of the DEQ correctly in these proceedings, this is an area that's geologically fractured and highly varied.
Yes.
If additional wells were drilled for purposes of testing the hydraulic conductivity and storage coefficient, those could give us different results because of this fractured and variable geology, correct?
Depends on how you define different.
Okay? And if we had significantly different findings in those wells and you plugged them into your model, it would have the opportunity to confound and crash the model, correct?
Can you please restate the question?
Sure. If you have a model and you start showing that the hydraulic conductivity and the storage coefficient differ significantly in a short distance, that is a confounding problem for the model, isn't it?
Not sure it's not.
But it can it?
Not sure why it would be.
Okay? Yet what we don't have in this is anything but one well in all of this fractured and variable geology to apply that one hydraulic conductivity and storage coefficient across the entire acre.
Objection, it didn't sound like a question to me.
It was a question mark.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So what we have is this. One well that establishes the hydraulic conductivity and storage coefficient across the entire 4,500 acres, even though you acknowledge that this is a fractured geology and variable. Correct?
Speaking from a modeling perspective, the test was one aspect of the lines of evidence that I looked into.
That is an important piece of data, is it not?
It is.
In fact, you couldn't have the model without that data.
No, you cannot run a model.
And then one more follow-up. You have mentioned that the DEQ is now willing to say that these registered water wells will be covered by the commitment for replacement, correct?
Correct.
Will the stipulation also state that DEQ has the ability to enforce that stipulation and order the operator to drill the wells or supply the replacement water?
We have a process in place that's called the State Engineers Office's interference process. So that's the process that we need to go through.
DEQ will not retain the right to tell the operator that it has determined a water source has been impaired by its operations and is obligated to supply replacement water. Is that right?
All water rights that are impaired will need to be replaced.
And will DEQ retain the authority to order the operator to supply the replacement water? I'll tell you why I'm struggling with this, Doctor. I have represented landowners when the operators have commitments to supply replacement water, and we have spent years in litigation fighting over whether or not it is their obligation to do so. I'm wondering whether DEQ will retain the authority to direct the operator to supply replacement water.
I'm not familiar with the process, so I'll not be in a position to address that question.
Thank you. So now I do want to talk about your model for a few minutes. We know now that you have no baseline data for the alluvial valley floors, correct?
Objection, I think that's a mischaracterization.
For the alluvium?
Wait a minute.
He's right. It's not a mischaracterization, it's a poor question.
Yeah, rephrase your question.
We have no baseline data for the water in the alluvium in the valleys, correct?
We don't have monitor wells in the Tongue River, yes.
Very good. And you have told us that the alluvium is an important aquifer for the region, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a day or so ago, I was visiting with other folks from the DEQ about impacts on the alluvium, and there was a discussion of how the coral in certain areas is exceedingly dry. So I want to visit about that for a moment. Your testimony is that the water modeling that has been done is something that we can scientifically rely on, at least to some degree, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go to DEQ 12. What's that? Yeah, not yet. Let me get to the particular map so people don't get busy. There we go. So I have a map here, which is DEQ 12-246. You see this map?
Yes, I see.
And this is part of the water modeling, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I'm going to blow it up, make it easier for us to look at. Oh, come on. There we go. Now we got nice. So on this particular map, as you have told us, these blue lines coming out represent the drawdown of the coal seam aquifer, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and this is what the model tells us we can reasonably expect, correct?
Correct.
And you told us earlier that, for example, here where it says 10, that represents a 10-foot drawdown, correct?
Correct.
And then here where we see 20, that is a 20-foot drawdown.
That's correct.
Okay. And we can see that our blue line drops, this red line, do you recognize the red line passing through the map and partially through the concentric rings as being representative of the interstate?
Can you please restate the question?
Yeah, the red line that goes from the corner of the map up, that's the interstate, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so just to get a conceptual idea of this, we can look and see that the line extends down here, even to the extent of touching the Tongue River itself, correct? See that as the Tongue River coming up, looping through here?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up across the interstate, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just for a second here, then I want to say this area that we've just been talking about is roughly inside of this green highlighted portion, what you and I have just been discussing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Now I would like to take that and compare that to something else because we now have an indication of 10 and in some instances 20 feet of drawdown extending beyond the interstate. Let's go back to a DEQ exhibit, and that will be 16. And do you recognize this area labeled as potential AVF acreage to encompass that same area that I just identified, the model showing a 10 to 20 foot drawdown in?
Yes.
And you've been here during the course of these proceedings, right?
Yes,
And so you've heard the discussion earlier that there has been a general agreement that the Kearney seam subcrops into the Stone River alluvium, correct?
correct.
Let's talk then a bit more about the notion of whether there's water in this upper portion of the Brook permit acreage. And I'm going to go back to DEQ 12. All right. And this is table 4.9-1. Do you see that?
Yes,
You were visiting about this with us earlier about this demonstrating the drawdown that might happen for particular wells.
that's correct, yes.
Right? So let's blow up our top portion here just a little bit for us. And I will try to do this. Positive. And I'll highlight two wells up here at the top. These are the two I'd like to visit with you about. The first well on the list has a Wyoming, and a well, that's a Wyoming State Engineer's designation of that well, correct?
Correct.
And we see down on the end that it is predicted to have a 7.4-foot drawdown in that well.
Correct.
That could be very significant for that well, correct? Its productivity
Depends on a lot of factors,
depends on where the well's set,
how deep it is.
how much aquifer is at that location.
Yes,
Okay. The next one we have on the list, which is P48251W Whiskey. And we see that one has a drawdown of 25.8 feet, correct?
that's correct, yes.
Okay. Let's find out where those wells are. Second. All right, start this shrunk and tell everyone that we are now talking about DEQ 12-253. Highlighted the identification of a well on that map. You see that, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
And that is the well number and location for the well that's going to suffer a 25-foot, almost 26-foot drawdown according to the model, correct?
Yes,
And the one that is going to suffer the 7 or so foot drawdown, the one that I've highlighted here, correct?
yes.
You would agree with me that both of those wells are outside of the permit boundary.
They are outside the permit boundary, yes. They are outside the permit boundary, yes.
And so they will be materially impacted by these drawdowns, correct?
Objection speculative.
Yeah, rephrase.
Do you know whether they'll be materially impacted?
Can you define materially impacted, please?
Huh? Will this harm the quantity or quality of water that these wells are capable of producing?
So when you have a well that's 250 feet deep, and if this is going to cause a 25-foot of drawdown, depending on the water column, still you can meet the livestock demands for this well.
You know, in fact, that this model has been developed focused solely on the Kearney itself, right?
Objection is argumentative.
What's the objection?
The model,
Oh, I'll solve it. Let's do it this way. We're going to stick right in that same exhibit. Don't want anybody speculating. Right here on page 12-240, highlighted portion down here, it says some of the wells are believed to be completed over multiple water-bearing intervals, but model impacts are reported as if they are only completed in the coal seams of interest. See that?
Yes.
So therefore, the drawdown for these two wells I've just been talking about have been modeled as if the only impact is the drawdown from the coal seams of interest. Correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Why is that not correct?
So the statements here indicate that these wells potentially might be completed in several zones and not just in the coal seams. But the model assumed all the water that's going to come out of this well is going to come from the coal seam. So it's a conservative assumption. So it's limiting the water production to like the thin coal seams that we are talking about, given that you have like 200 feet of other zones where the well might be getting its water from. So it's a conservative assumption for modeling purposes.
Right. And so you and I said the same thing in different words. So this model predicts that that well, if completed in the coal seam, is going to suffer a 25-foot drawdown.
So when you drill a well, you look at the water level, you look at the water level pre-mining, you look at the water level post-mining. The difference is 25 feet. And if you look, if the well is like 200 feet deep, you still have the rest of the column to provide the supply that you need for other demands.
So then, on the wells that we've been
And I'd
talking,
like to highlight that the 25 feet is the only maximum value that's about 10 feet. The only maximum value that's about 10 feet.
so in relation
So we are
to,
looking at an extreme case here.
so in these two wells, the one thing you cannot say, because you don't, look, let's go about it more precisely. The first well on our list here, you do not know how deep that well is. Correct?
The table here shows the depth.
You do not know which seams it is completed, which aquifers it is completed into, correct?
This table does not have that information.
Okay? And therefore, you cannot tell us that drawing down the water table at that well by 7.4 feet will not have a material impact to that well. Correct?
Can you please restate the question?
Because you do not know these things, you cannot tell us that drawing down this well by 7.4 feet will not materially impact this well.
We know the well is 180 feet deep.
How many?
180 feet, the third column.
did you have a comment?
I just didn't hear how many.
Okay, sorry.
So that's the 180 feet. That's the well depth. This is the drawdown. And in general, we know how deep or from the land surface, where do you see the groundwater? So this will tell us the 7.4 feet, is that going to affect us or not?
Do we know the level of water for the water table? Is it 100? Is it 160 feet? Is it 100 feet? Do we know what those factors?
This table does not provide us that information, but we have that information
You
elsewhere.
have it.
It's in maps that we can look at.
And on the next one, the 25.8 feet. That's almost the entire depth of the Kearney seam, right?
We are discussing about two different things. One is the thickness of the core seam and the thickness of the water column. They're two different things.
Right. The thickness of the coal seam, if it is the aquifer, is only about 25 feet.
Chairman,
Yes.
we're spending a lot of time on this, and I think it's a good concept. But I think that would shorten this discussion if we knew, because it could be a moot point. With the discussion we're having now, we don't know whether these wells are affected or not. And we can argue all day about whether they will be or whether they won't. But if that information's out there, let's get the information, and then we know when the discussion's over one way or the other. I'm not interested in going back and forth on things we can never answer.
I'll do it this way. As you sit here today, you cannot tell us any more about these wells other than these are the drawdowns anticipated by the model.
This table just shows that information.
And then we know that these wells that are predicted by the model to suffer these drawdowns if completed only in the Kearney seam are located up in this general area, right up here, just outside the permit boundary, right? We just established that on our other map.
The locations of the wells, yes.
And that's up in this area that we heard yesterday where the coal was completely dry, yet the model predicts these drawdowns.
That's not the area that's dry.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Post.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. Dr. Kuchnar, thank you very much. I'm sure being subjected to cross-examination by a bunch of lawyers is not the most fun thing in the world. But I want to make sure that we're clear on a couple of points because I think we're losing the forest for the trees, to borrow your phrase. To pick up where you were discussing with Mr. Gilbert's about drawdowns in the water table, does Appendix D6 contain potentiometry maps that show water surface elevation contours?
Yes, it does.
And is that the type of information Councilmember Flitner was referring to in deciding where the water level is in this area?
Exactly.
And Appendix D6 is in the permit, correct?
Yes.
Sticking with the theme of losing the forest for the trees, you discussed in your direct testimony the concept of parsimony, correct?
Correct.
And as you explained it, it was we don't want to make models too complex. Otherwise, we're not going to have an accurate understanding. Is that fair?
Just to rephrase, added complexity does not translate directly into an increased accuracy. Increased accuracy.
And please, Dr. Kuchnar, if I mess up the science, please correct me. I became a lawyer so I could avoid science. The goal of the groundwater model within Brook's permit application was to figure out what is going on with the groundwater across the entire mine permit boundary, correct?
Correct.
And in your opinion, the model in the permit application was able to do that, correct?
Yes.
Now, we've heard some discussion about number of wells, number of boreholes, but I think you testified on direct that you had access to other data sources. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you use those data sources in analyzing and filling in the alleged gaps the objectors have presented?
I have looked into other information that helped my understanding and to inform myself. Yes.
Let's talk very briefly about trench TR1. I want to clear up a few issues there. The material that Mr. Gregerson was discussing with you is saturated backfill. Is that correct?
Yes.
help me understand that. Is that material native to that area?
It's not.
What is it?
That's the mined out area that was backfilled by Bighorn.
Is saturated backfill considered an aquifer for purposes of your review?
Can you restate the question, because the definition of aquifer is pretty scientific, so.
Sure. Well, actually, why don't I just go ahead and tell you the definition, and we can go from there. So aquifer is defined in Chapter 1, Section 2, as a zone, stratum, or group of strata that stores and transmits water in sufficient quantities for specific use. Using that definition, is saturated backfill considered an aquifer?
The saturated backfill does not have any production wells. So it's currently not acting as a source of water.
So is it fair to say then, based on what you just said, that if Brook were to remove that material temporarily, it would not be disturbing an aquifer?
It will not be disturbing an area that's providing an active source of water supply.
Fair enough. Very briefly, I want to again ask you about something you heard from Mr. Gregerson. He represented to you that he discussed some issues with Mr. Christensen. And I believe what he was referring to was a discussion about round 1, comment 11 from you to Brook about data and justification. Do you remember hearing that discussion with Mr. Christensen?
Yes, I do.
And groundwater hydrology and hydrogeology is your area of expertise, correct?
Correct.
So you were the one who analyzed Brook's permit application and provided that comment and analyzed the response, correct?
That's correct.
Were you satisfied with Brook's response to that?
If I was not satisfied, I will not be accepting that response. If I'm not satisfied, I will not be accepting that response.
Just a few more questions for you, Dr. Kuchenauer. Mr. Gilberts was showing you a map of potential areas of drawdown near the Tongue River. You remember that?
I do.
To your knowledge, is there a hydrologic connection between the surface water in the Tongue River and the water in the Kearney seams in the area you were looking at?
Can you please restate the question?
Absolutely. In the area you were looking at with Mr. Gilberts, there were those concentric rings with 10, 20, indicating a drawdown of water, correct?
Correct, yes.
And some of those rings got near to the Tongue River, right?
Correct, yes.
What I'm curious about is the water, the potential drawdown will occur in the coal seams, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is there a connection, a hydrologic connection between the coal seams in that area and the surface water in that area?
I'd like to go back to my tanks analogy. Based on my tanks analogy, the water level, the stage elevation that you see in the Tongue River is distinct than what you see in the coal aquifers. So based on my review of the information that's provided in the permit application, I don't think there is a hydrologic connection.
Thank you, Dr. Kuchenauer. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
It is 2:45. Let us take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 5 to 3.
Which one? The one that I had up? The one with the well in it, is that the one you're talking about? I don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't.
You got yourself out of that one. Yeah, well, yeah, based on his. Okay, well.
Based on my take and that, which is totally out to lunch.
council members to ask any questions? We'll start with you, Tim.
Okay, a couple answers on the second. The first one, I think we're calling that trench box cut. And there was a question brought up earlier, and if I understand it right, that's really the only place that the water in the coal seam can communicate with the water in the backfill area in the DR1. Because the trench is the only place. Everywhere else, we're talking about that horizontal barrier, whatever sediment you have in it, it's pretty solid. But the backfill, it's not anyway. But at the box cut, that water's going to come in there both from the backfill water and from the coal seam, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so that water will be pumped out there for pretty much the lifetime of the mine because they'll be using that water for the other mine, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So are there any effects to that water? Because, you know, we talked about the barriers, that one doesn't have anything to do with the other, but in this particular place, they will mix and they will communicate. So are there any, you know, effects of that we need to take a look at?
There's going, as you stated, there's going to be some limited communication there, and the mine is going to have a mine water management plan. But that's all I can think of. There's nothing else I can think of.
Okay, the other part goes back to this well, two wells we were talking about, which opens up a whole nother can of worms. We can't find these wells. First of all, they're outside the permit area. We're not really finding any information on them, but we don't know the depth. We don't know. Is it possible that some of these wells are more shallow than the coal? Do we know if some of these wells are in the coal seams that we're talking about? Do we have information on those kinds of things so that we know going forward what kind of effects they might see from the drawdown?
The state engineer's office has a database of all the wells, and the mine pulled all the information available from the state engineer's database into the permit. So we know the information on the depth, where it's screened. The only thing that I was not able to locate is in that specific table, it did not bring all the information in one place.
So if I'm a landowner and I have a well, I know it's that 180 feet deep. I can go to the state engineer's office, or I can come to you and find out basically what effects that's going to have on my well and that drawdown. I can get to that information if I need.
Yes, you can.
So and then I guess I can be guaranteed that through the process it may improve. Difficult, I understand the legal process, just justice. But anyway, that you would have an idea of what kind of impact it's going to have. We would maybe hear that from the landowner over the next day or two, that they should have that information available to them and be able to present it to us what's going to happen.
Yes.
That's all I've got.
Right, thank you.
Just one. So no monitoring wells were completed in the over interburden, correct?
That's correct.
Is that necessary for it to be technically accurate, the permit?
So during the pre-application phase of the meeting, during the pre-application phase of the mine permit, there was some discussions on drilling wells and things like that. Given the predominantly dry nature of the area and the interburden and overburden being low permeable, they did some drill holes and things like that, but they did not find water. So that was one constraint that I am aware of in why they did not have a permanent monitoring well.
Okay, because I think what I'm still struggling with a bit is the TR1, whether or not, as you said, is that primarily dry or not? That's what I can't seem to get an answer on.
So the TR1 area, specifically the backfill,
Yes.
it is saturated. It is saturated.
But it's not a source of water, correct?
It's not a source of water
Okay,
for any wells that I'm aware of.
okay, thank you.
It's not a source of water for any wells, production wells that I'm aware of.
Megan Nell?
I've asked this question before and you may not be able to answer it. was one reason that there were no monitoring wells or wells to be access drilled in TR1 because of a lack of access by Brook to that property.
I don't have the information to answer the question.
Right, Nick?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Deb?
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few questions, Dr. Boucher. I actually really like this sort of stuff, having taken some coursework in it years ago myself, but not to the level that you have. I'll ask a couple technical questions. I don't want to get at the question I think is on everybody's mind. But first, when we put a box cut trench in and then we start pulling the coal out, how is the model dealing with that as it predicts it in the future?
So I'm just trying to understand the question. So you're thinking about the mechanism that the model uses to incorporate how it's being mined into the model, Dr. Bagley?
Yes. So for example, the coal has a certain hydraulic conductivity. And so in your baseline modeling that you use to calibrate it, the coal's all there and you're able to use the baseline hydraulic conductivity of the coal. Now we go in and we drop the box cut in. So we cut through all those layers as Mr. Flitner indicated. And then we go in and we start pulling coal out. So that's, of course, is going to act, it could even act almost like a tunnel, I suppose. But I was wondering how did the model, how does that handle that as you predict in the future, knowing that there's coal being pulled out of that scene?
So that's a pretty good question. Mod flow model has a provision that's called drain cells. The drain cells are specifically used in mod flow in these kinds of mining applications. So what those drain cells do is they act as the dewatering location for those trench cuts. So once you know that this is where the trench cut is going to be, then you place a drain cell in the mod flow model, and that's going to dewater, and it's going to represent what's going to happen at the mine during mining. So that's how the model deals with it. Hope that answers your question.
The mod flow does have an actual component that allows you to count for that. As start to pull coal out, you put these drain cells in those spots, and it's accounting for now that you've completely changed that hydraulic conductivity.
Exactly, yes.
How does the model, maybe it would have had to, since you had the different layers. How does the model handle the Tongue River and Goose Creek, since you had the model going over a large area?
So the model, a mod flow has a specific component to represent rivers, perennial rivers. It's called a river package. So the model used a specific package that's a component of mod flow that's called river package to represent the river. To represent the river.
So in a way, does that act like a boundary condition?
It is.
This question has come up a lot, so I just want to follow up on it. And this be, in your opinion, based on the information you have, is the overburden, the non-disturbed overburden, so not the TR1 area, but the non-disturbed overburden, is it serving as an aquifer in that area?
No, it does not.
So and you based that on when you were doing the boreholes, or you weren't doing that, but when boreholes were done and you start digging down through, and of course you're taking samples and checking all the way, just no water was found as they went down. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
So now back to TR1 backfill, and I think you may have already answered this question, but I'll ask it again just to be sure, because I make sure I correct. The TR1 area has backfill. It's been previously mined. The backfill goes to a certain level. It doesn't go all the way down to the seam that you're interested in. But it's being you've noted that you believe it's saturated. Is it serving, to your knowledge, as an aquifer?
It's not serving as a production source for any supply wells.
Okay, so it's not serving as a production source to your knowledge. When you had mentioned 98.9 GPM inflow during year 7, I pulled out my calculator, but you beat me to it. But I confirmed your answer that it was 0.22 cubic feet per second, and I wanted to know how that compared to the flow of the Tongue River. And you answered that too by saying, well, the Tongue River is 100 to 400 cubic feet per second, so this is truly a trivial amount that's flowing into pits. But my question then is, in your opinion, will there be effects on the Tongue River or Goose Creek due to groundwater changes that occur throughout the mining process?
So as you pretty well restated, the 0.22 CFS that the mine will be intercepting, if it hadn't been intercepted, not all that water will be discharging into the Tongue River. There will be some very minimal connection out of the 0.22 CFS, but not all the water is hydrologically connected and discharging into the Tongue.
So the Tongue River and Goose Creek are not hydrologically connected to the lower coal seam. Although I am actually looking at a DEQ 12231 that says it is likely that the Kearney coal would lose water to the Tongue River alluvium. So there may be some connection of some of these seams with the rivers, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I guess I have two concerns. One, will we suck all the water out of these rivers to the point where people downstream have a problem? Just in your opinion, would the effect be that significant?
Based on the design plans that I reviewed and the modeling, it does not indicate that way.
Okay, so my next question is, will we have another problem? Would we contaminate these rivers with flow from the groundwater due to the mining activity?
So I haven't discussed this before, but on the issue of groundwater contamination, so we would like to discuss about what's the source of this contamination? How is it where exactly this contamination will be coming from? So if you look at it, when you do the box cuts, dig the trench, you take the material out, you store it and then put it back. So things change geochemically, and that might be the source of the contamination that might pollute the water. So DEQ, LQ, Land Quality Division, we have guidelines and rules and regulations in place to deal with the spoils material. We make sure that these things are placed at appropriate locations so that it doesn't act as a source of contamination for the groundwater. So that's how we try to address that approach of groundwater quality and pollution concerns.
Okay, thank you. So now the question that I think some of council were beating around the bush at, I was going to come out and ask it. We've got folks out there around that area that are depending on wells that are producing water for their homes, their livelihoods. Are folks going to see wells run dry or become contaminated because of this mine operation?
Based on the information that I have reviewed, and it's presented in the permit application, I don't think so.
Okay, so based on the modeling that was done, that you reviewed, you double checked, and even though we see drawdowns and things, the location of where some of those are, it's your expert opinion that we would not, people who are out there would not see their wells be significantly affected either by quantity or quality.
That's correct, yes.
And what if they were?
So that's where the backstop mechanisms that I previously mentioned about. Number one, the mines need to provide a replacement for their groundwater right. if it's impaired. If it's impaired by Brook mine, then the mine needs to replace those water rights. Item number 2, we'll also be keeping a closer eye during our operations monitoring and during our site inspections and annual reports on what these impacts are. So if this is going to deviate from what the design right now says, there is not going to be any impact, then I think we'll be requiring Brook Mine to update the predictions, and we'll be basically reevaluating the.
So a question I've got, will there be, there are, I think you said 15 monitoring wells, or are they just water level wells?
There are 15 monitoring wells that provide water level information.
Okay, and then there's going to be, did you say 3 additional monitoring wells added as part of the mine plan?
Yes.
So, and how often will those wells have to be sampled for both level and quality?
Quarterly.
Quarterly. So let's say we've got a monitoring well located down gradient from the mine, between, say, the mine activity and a homeowner's well that's offsite the mine property, but it's moving in that direction. If we see something happen to that monitoring well that's between the two, and I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just asking this more of a speculative type question, but we see that the level significantly drops, or we see a contamination problem, what happens to the whole system?
So the first step we'll do is we'll have a meeting with the mine and make sure that we understand that this drawdown, this is like really happening, and make sure like we'll analyze the information and double check it's all falling into place. And after we do this, and if we see an impact, for example, if it's a drawdown impact and it's drawing down the alluvial aquifer by a significant extent, then we'll ask or we'll require the mine to evaluate what's causing this drawdown, and they need to either minimize or mitigate these impacts soon.
So is there, I guess what I'm wondering, and you may not know the answer, is does DEQ have a legal remedy if you see an impact one quarter, you come back the next quarter and it's gotten worse and nothing seems to have changed? Is there any kind of legal remedy the DEQ might take to help stop this? Because we'd assume if it's moving down gradient, it hits one of the monitoring wells, it could continue moving down gradient and off the permits. Is there, of a legal remedy?
Cannot think of a legal remedy, but I think in my view, it will be in the interest of the mine to take a closer look at this before it hits the well owners and impact adversely their operations.
Okay. I shouldn't have asked you a legal question. I got a bunch of lawyers I could ask a legal question. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley.
Any other questions from council? All right. Mr. Coleman, chance to redirect.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. I would thank you for asking a few of the questions I was going to, so let me try and pare mine down. Dr. Kuchner, you previously testified about a minor technical issue identified after reviewing the objections related to the commitment in the permit application for Brook to replace adjudicated groundwater wells that might be impacted.
Yes.
What you testified to. And I believe your testimony was that the recommendation was, from DEQ, was that the term adjudicated be removed, so it just would be replacing water rights.
Correct.
Do you know if there's a similar commitment in the surface water quality sections of the mine plan to replace impaired surface water rights?
There is no qualifying term in the surface water rights that specifies only adjudicated water rights will be replaced.
So I rephrase this just only to make sure I understand it is the commitment to replace surface water rights does not say adjudicated surface water rights.
Correct.
So would removal of the term adjudicated from groundwater rights section make that commitment more closely match the surface water rights section?
It will.
Would you characterize deleting of a single word as minor?
In this instance, yes.
And does the fact that the application that was determined to be technically adequate by DEQ prior to the public notice, the fact that the term adjudicated water rights is used instead of just water rights, in your opinion, does that make the application not technically adequate?
Does not.
You were asked a little bit about whether wells would be materially impacted. Is that a term that is defined in DEQ regulations?
I don't know of the term.
Is that a technical term that you're familiar with the definition of?
I'm not.
I think you may have got at this issue a little bit with Dr. Bagley. When you mentioned that the 0.22 CFS, that would be the maximum amount of water intercepted according to the groundwater model. Not all of that would have gone into the Tongue River, correct?
That's correct, yes.
If it hadn't been intercepted, where are some other places that water might have gone into?
It will be pretty much limited to the coal seams, and it'll be traveling in those coal seams.
So the 0.22 CFS that would be intercepted would be a total of any of the water that would have gone into the Tongue River and any of the water that would have gone into the coal seams as well?
Yes, it's the total of any water that's being intercepted by the mine, irrespective of the geologic unit it's recharging from or discharging to.
So when you compared the 0.22 CFS to the flow of the Tongue River, which I believe you said the minimum flow was 100 CFS in the last 10 years. Was that correct, that the flow?
That's correct, yes.
When you compared the 0.22 CFS to the flow of the Tongue River, does the model predict that the intercepted 0.22 CFS, let me rephrase that. Does the model predict that the Tongue River's flow will lose 0.22 CFS because of the intercepted groundwater?
It does not.
So if there was water that was intercepted to the Tongue River, it could be less than 0.22 CFS.
Potentially, yes.
To your knowledge, does the existence of water drawdown from a well make a permit application not technically adequate?
It does not.
So there can be some drawdown and the application is still technically adequate?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brook. Oh, you have another question, Tim?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking, and probably my problem, so I apologize for being a nag on you. I think I phrased it very well, but I've been trying to figure out a way to explain it better. But what I'm getting at is the water in the coal seam is deeper than say your backfill water or any groundwater that might be above that. So it's under more pressure. So basically, when we make that crosscut, we're breaching that system down, like letting water out of or air out of a tire. Correct? I mean, we've got the coal seam under so much pressure here, and then as you get up into the backfill, of course, the backfill water is under less pressure. But this box cut is going to tie those two together for all eternity. And so your pressure is going to want to equalize. So what stops the water in the coal seam that's been there for millions of years under a certain amount of pressure now from leaking up through the box cut, even years after the mine is backfilled? Because you can't stop that now. I mean, you've basically breached that law between the coal seam and the backfill, and you're basically backfilling the breach. It's not that hard sediment that you've talked about, because we cut through it, and you can't pack it tight enough to seal it again. So over the years to come in the future, what happens to that groundwater in the coal seam that maybe there are other wells attached? Because that pressure will, then that water will eventually leak out of that coal seam and up into the box cut. And so that pressure in there will eventually deplete, correct? So if you have a well in that coal seam, that pressure originally would have pushed water up into your system, but now maybe it doesn't. What happens? I mean, what is the effects of it?
There are two parts that I'm going to use to answer your question, Mr. Flintner. Number one, when you put the backfill into the coal, you have on either side, one side the coal being removed and whites and things like that. On the other side, there is still going to be the native coal. And we know that the coal is more permeable than the backfill aquifer. So the overburden, the permeability, the rate at which it can conduct water, we know that the coal conducts water better than the backfill. So groundwater always takes the path of least resistance. So it tries to continue and follow the coal seam. And the other one is a little bit of the second part of my response is going to be a little nuanced. But when you talked about the pressure, the confined aquifer, the coal aquifer in this zone, the pressure that you're not looking at is not like several tens of feet or anything like that. The pressure is pretty minimal, where it's, as you saw in the blue line, it's right above the coal seam. It's just a little bit above the thickness of the coal, which in that area is about 10 feet. So it lies maybe 5 feet above, or maybe 2 or 3 feet above the top of the coal seam. So the pressure to begin with is not a lot, and the permeability difference between the backfill and the coal is going to make sure that the water follows the natural path after it's reclaimed.
So you're saying the lack of real pressure that exists and the fact that the coal is permeable, the water is more likely to travel horizontally than vertically. So really the effects, not much will happen.
Exactly, yes.
I've got a question, follow up for that. Will that, because water's gonna want to follow the pathway you were saying. Are you gonna lose water in that upper aquifer because it's trying to go down into that coal and fill the next aquifer down, and losing water in the upper aquifer by doing?
It's also a little bit of a connected response that I'm going to give. We know that the backfill, it's connected to the Tongue River, and we know that the permeability of the backfill aquifer is low. So it's connected to the Tongue River, and it's been based on my review of the backfill aquifer saturation from Bighorn Mine. It took 23 years for the backfill to resaturate. So we know that the water is going to trickle down from Tongue River into the backfill, and we know that the permeability is low. So it's going to be a very slow process, and it's going to be very minimal. And typically, if you look at these units, the horizontal permeability, where water moves laterally, it's going to be more than the vertical permeability. So those are the two things that I can think of.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kushner.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley.
Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, we're going to call Doug Emmy.
Right.
talk this way. Never mind, we'll get that. Great.
I do.
Hey, Doug.
James,
Can you spell your name for the record, please?
D-O-U-G. Last name is Emme, E-M-M-E.
What's your job title at DQ?
I'm the blasting program principal for land quality.
How long have you been the blasting program principal?
Over 27 and a half years.
What's your education background?
I have a BS in geological engineering from the South Dakota School of Mines.
Is this speed fine? Can you talk a little bit about your work experience?
Been about 15 years in the industry. Grew up in a construction family. I've been running equipment since I was probably 12, 13 years old. Done a little bit of everything at mines. I've operated dragline shovels, scrapers, dozers, drills. I've run drill and blast crews. I've run dragline crews. Done job estimating for mines and construction companies. And then I've done this for the state for the last 27 and a half years.
Can you talk about your duties as the blasting program principal?
I train blasters for the mining industry. I license blasters for the mining industry. I investigate blasting complaints that citizens have. I do blasting inspections. I do other inspections. I also helped develop our bond guideline about 27 years ago. And I'm tasked to update it on an annual or as needed basis. I do a lot of the coal mine bond estimates for our District 3, which includes the northeast part of the state. I've also helped our other two districts in Lander and Cheyenne with bond reviews on not only coal mines, but larger, small mines, granite quarries, gravel pits, things like that.
Have you ever consulted for coal companies on blasting?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about your teaching and lecturing experience?
I spent a couple of years as an adjunct professor here at Sheridan College back in the mid-70s, teaching introductory mining courses for about the last 20 years, as well as my teaching duties, training blasters for the state of Wyoming. I've taught blasting classes for OSM all over the country. We have an introductory blasting class as well as an advanced blasting class. The advanced blasting class, we actually go to the field, set up seismographs. People get to be out on the bench, watch blasters load holes, tie in the shots. 5 years ago, the Department of Interior sent me to Costa Rica to do some training for Costa Rican government officials on the adverse effects of mine and quarry blasting near people that live near those quarries and mines.
And you certify blasters for the state of Wyoming?
I certified blasters for the state of Wyoming, yes.
Can someone become certified to blast in the state of Wyoming without your signature?
No.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Wyoming's blasting rules and regulations. How were Wyoming's blasting standards developed?
Wyoming is a state that has primacy under the OSM, the Office of Surface Mining, surface coal regulations, and our regulations have to be as stringent as the OSM regulations. So ours almost mirror theirs.
How do the regulations deal with damage to structures from blasting?
Our regulations are set forth so any structure, anybody that lives in a house, any public building off a mine permit is protected from damage from ground vibration, air blast, fly rock, any adverse effects from mine blasting.
So in your view, if a mine doesn't exceed ground vibration or air limits, air blast limits, should there be any damage to structures outside the permit area?
If they don't exceed the limits set forth in our regulations, there would be no structural damage to any houses in the area.
Let's talk a little bit about the Brook Mine permit application. Did you review the Brook Mine permit application?
Yes.
What kinds of protections are in the permit application as it relates to blasting?
They are going to comply with all the state, federal, local regulations. There are no local blasting regulations, so they'll comply with the state and federal regulations.
Okay.
When the mine is blasting, is the mine going to shake the house, a structure hypothetically outside the permit boundary?
Yes. Our regulations allow mines to shake a house, but not damage a house.
Okay. What kind of shaking would a person expect when a mine's doing blasting?
They might hear the windows rattle, a picture on the wall might move, dishes in a china cabinet might rattle. If a dish were broken or a picture fell off the wall from mine-related blast, ground vibrations or air blast, the mine would have to replace, say, the glass in the picture or the dishes in the china hut.
How's the mine going to know what the structures look like inside and outside?
Anybody that lives within a half mile of the permit area can request a pre-blast survey from the mine at any time.
And that pre-blast survey looks at what exactly?
Pre-blast survey will look at the condition of the structure at the time the pre-blast survey was done. Most of them consist of a series of pictures or videos that document the outside as well as the inside of the structure. And it will also look at the quantity and quality of any water from wells on their property.
So if the mine's following the rules, there shouldn't be any damage, but if it breaks the rules, then we have evidence of what changed, right?
That's right.
So relatively speaking, I think folks hear blasting and they think about the Powder River Basin. Can you talk about how this mine is going to be different from those mines?
Most of the mines in the Powder River Basin shoot multiple times daily. The bigger mines like Black Thunder and NARM, they might have 5, 6, 7 shots a day. This mine is going to shoot when they open the initial box cut, and they'll shoot the coal in that box cut. Then there's going to be no blasting for months, could be a year or more, depending on what their production is. So it's going to be sporadic.
What are the size of those shots going to be like?
Shots are going to be relatively small. It will be dependent on the type of drilling equipment they use and the type of excavation equipment.
Is there going to be cast blasting?
No.
And just for the benefit of the council, what's cast blasting?
Cast blasting is a blasting technique where we try to chemically move the dirt, so it never has to be handled with a drag line or a shovel. It's all done through the drill and blast operation. And the mines in the basin that do cast blasting probably get 30 to 40% of the bench moved to where it never has to be touched by equipment.
I'm so sorry, of course I can. So again, to reiterate, people living half a mile away are going to feel vibrations, right?
Yes.
But it's, are those vibrations going to be bigger or smaller than other kinds of vibrations they might normally feel as part of day-to-day life?
They will more than likely be less than what they feel from the everyday activities in the house. People coming in, closing the door. A teenager flopping down on the couch. The wind in Wyoming is going to put more impact on the leading wall where that wind hits the house than what they're going to experience from blast from a neighboring mine.
But the blasting might be more distressing because they may not know where it's coming from.
Perception's reality, and people aren't used to the blast, or they are used to the wind or normal everyday activities in the house.
What kind of steps is Brook going to take to make people aware of when blasting is going to happen?
They have to publish annually and also send this publication to the people who live within a half mile of the permit, a blasting public notice that specifies days and times when blasting is going to occur, how the access to the area is going to be controlled. It will also list the name, address, phone number, contact information for the operator. Should they have any problems, they can contact the operator.
But the mine's not going to submit some kind of formal plan detailing exactly which explosives are going to be used and when?
No.
Okay. Would such a plan be required by the rules and regulations?
No.
Can you explain why that is?
We don't want that type of specificity in the permit, because if they say we're going to shoot with ANFO, that's all they can shoot with. And we want them to use the best technology available, the best initiation system, the best explosives for the product that they're trying to produce.
Do you know if the mine is going to be able to blast at night?
No. Our regulations only allow sunrise, sunset, the biggest window possible.
Could they blast at night for emergencies?
Emergency situations, they possibly could shoot after sunset. There are very few emergency situations.
If a mine's experiencing an emergency that would require them to blast at night, how do they go about doing that?
My recommendation, there's nothing specific in the regulations, but my recommendation is they try and contact me before they do it. And if they can't contact me, they have to let me know within 24 hours after the fact.
In your 27 plus years of being the program principal for blasting, how often are you aware of that you've authorized night blasting?
Less than 5 times.
All right. That's all the questions I have about blasting. I'm going to move on to your life review and bonds. So just as a preliminary matter, has a bond been set for the Brook mine yet?
No.
Okay. When is it going to be set?
It won't be set until we're ready to issue the permit and they give us specifics on what actually they plan to do in the first 12 months of the mining operation.
Is the Brook mine required to submit an estimate to you of what they think the bond should be?
Not at this point, they're not.
Talking about bonding generally, in Wyoming, do we require bonds that are going to cover the entire life of the mine?
No.
How much time does a bond have to cover?
When an operator submits a bond, they're looking at what the operation looks like the day the bond is submitted and the projection 12 months in advance.
How often are bonds reviewed and reset?
At least annually.
But it could be more than annually?
Yes.
You mentioned that you developed Guideline 12.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about how Guideline 12 works?
Guideline 12 specifies different fleets of equipment that they can use to backfill pits, spread topsoil, scarify, seed, demolish structures, set ponds, air quality monitors, stream monitors, and we use hourly equipment costs that we get from national recognized companies, and then we adjust those for Wyoming conditions.
How often is the dollar amount set in Guideline 12 updated?
We update it at least once a year, and I think I've done it 3 times in the last 14 months.
Okay, so what's the most recent version of Guideline 12's prices? Where's
February 2017.
Okay. All right. Does an operator have to suggest a bond amount in order for a permit application to be deemed technically adequate?
No.
Okay. Has Brook Mine submitted an estimated bond amount?
Yes.
When an operator submits an estimated bond amount to DEQ, do you just accept that amount, or do you do your own analysis of what the bond amount should be?
We don't accept theirs, we do our own analysis.
Okay. Can I get the connection to throw something up? Never mind, my co-counsel is going to do it. So what we're going to throw up is DEQ Exhibit 32. And just for the council's benefit, a paper copy of DEQ 32 is over with all our other exhibits now. Mr. Emmy, do you recognize this map?
Yes.
Can you describe what this map is?
This is the permit boundary in blue. These little colored areas are their projected disturbance in the first 12 months of activity.
So
what we call year 0.
Okay. So the bond amount that they've suggested only needs to cover the activities that are outlined in this map, correct?
That's right.
Can you describe what the map says they're going to do in year 0?
We have 20.7 acres here in this tan cross-hatched area, which is going to be the pit that we've been talking about. They will strip topsoil in that pit as well as the laydown area. There are a couple of sediment ponds and a topsoil stockpile from the topsoil that they strip off that area and any access road into that area. The total disturbance in that first 12 months is projected at 30.8 acres.
Okay. So there's not going to be blasting or big trenches or anything like that in year zero?
There will be no blasting, there will be no overburden removal in year zero.
So I'm going to ask you now what I was getting close to asking a little bit earlier. The mine submitted a proposed estimate to you, right?
Yes.
What amount did they suggest?
It was 371,000 and change, and I think our recommendation was to round that to 372,000.
Is that more or less than you would have requested had you gone through this yourself under Guideline 12?
My review indicated that the bond was very robust, higher than I would have asked for.
Okay. But again, the bond isn't set yet.
No, it is not.
Okay. If DEQ realizes that an annual bond amount is too low, what can DEQ do?
We could increase the bond.
Okay. I think that's all the question I have about bond. So just wrapping it up, have you reviewed the objections that have been submitted in this case to the permit application?
Yes.
In light of those objections, do you still believe that the permit application is technically adequate with regards to blasting and bonding?
Yes, I do.
I don't have any more questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Baumgarten or Mr. Gregerson, please.
Mr. Chairman, right now with the focus of our case, I don't believe we have any questions from Mr. Emmy. However, we would like to defer to Mr. Gilberts and Ms. Anderson, and with the opportunity to maybe ask a couple follow-up questions if they arise through the cross-examination.
All right, we'll come back to you then.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Sure. And can I have a little? No, that's fine. Good afternoon, Mr. Emmy.
Good afternoon.
All right. Would you agree that there's a lot of residents in the area around the Brook mine?
There are a fair amount.
I think yesterday we heard testimony of hundreds. Would you agree with that?
You'd have a better idea than I would, so that could be accurate.
So more than maybe some of the other mines that you deal with?
Probably, yes.
And just for the benefit of the court reporter, we're going to try and not talk over each other. Okay. So with that, and given your history, and I know you've received some citizen complaints every now and then from citizens from blasting.
Yes.
Those are generally in areas where there's more people close to the mine, right?
Yes.
So given the kind of your knowledge of those kind of concerns, is there anything special you did with the review of this permit versus maybe other permits that you've looked at for blasting requirements?
No.
Are there any special conditions or restrictions you were thinking of?
No.
You talked a little bit, I have on screen DQ Exhibit 12, page 338, which I think you mentioned that blasting would be limited to daylight hours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But they can occur any day of the week?
If that's what they put in their permit, and that's what we agreed to, yes, they could.
But you don't know for sure one way or the other?
They could specify in their permit they're going to shoot Monday through Friday from noon to 4, and that would be the only window they could shoot.
Okay, but that's something the operator would have to suggest to you.
Unless it were an area where we felt that restricting the blasting times was advantageous.
Did you think about that in the context of the Brook mine? Whether it be advantageous?
No, I don't believe it would be advantageous.
restricting, given the presence of all of the residents in this area, you don't think it'd be advantageous to limit blasting to certain days of the week or maybe different times, limit the impacts on those neighbors?
No, because I don't feel that the blasting is going to be that impactful from this operation.
Do you agree that in addition to the vibrations you talked about in your testimony, that blasting also causes visual and potentially noise impacts?
There could be some. They may see some of the operation. They may see dust from the blast, that type of thing. They're going to see those things from interstate traffic on the interstate, traffic on gravel roads where they live. So I doubt the blasting will be much more visually disturbing to them than everyday traffic in the areas where they live.
Okay, you didn't really talk about this in your direct testimony, but what is, when you blast, is there a certain amount of kind of pollution that comes up at that time generally? Like a clouded dust, for instance?
There'll be dust from a lot of blasts, yes.
Okay. Is that something that regularly happens on the interstate?
I've seen a lot of dust on the interstate when the wind blows, yes.
Did DEQ consider any other limitations on blasting, such as limiting blasting during inclement or adverse weather conditions?
No.
Or when soil conditions are not appropriate for blasting, when that soil is saturated with water?
No, we did not.
I think you have a history with a situation that can result from blasting called an orange cloud, correct?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I know that you have some background in situations where blasting causes what's called an orange cloud.
Yes.
Could you tell the council what an orange cloud is?
Orange cloud is what we call NOx, NOx, oxides of nitrogen. The orange cloud is actually NO2. The initial gas produced from an incomplete combustion is NO, and it mixes with oxygen in the atmosphere and produces NO2. That's what gives it the yellowish red color. We have had a fair amount of problems with NOx fumes in the Powder River Basin at mines that cast blast.
Okay, and I think your testimony is that Brook won't cast blast.
That's correct.
Is that in their permit application right now? They won't do that?
I don't believe so,
So how do you know that that won't happen?
because their mining technique does not lend itself to cast blasting.
Is that something DEQ is considered as maybe a condition of approval for the permit?
No, if we were going to condition the permit, they'd have to come in with a mine plan and specify that they were going to cast blast for their operation.
Okay, so it's your assumption based on the type of mining, there won't be cast blast, but it's not spelled out anywhere in the permit application, right?
No, it's not.
Are you aware of orange clouds developing in any situation besides cast blast?
It happens occasionally.
In what situation?
Oftentimes when you get wet conditions and your product gets wet, that's when operations use a mix of ANFO and emulsion and go to a water-resistant product.
Okay, so a moment ago, I just asked you if DEQ considered limitations on blasting to, I guess, if the soil's too wet or if it's raining outside. Would you agree that those kind of conditions might help to prevent orange clouds from happening?
I don't feel we need to condition the permit because their blasting plan specifies that they were going to use the best techniques available in their operation. So in wet conditions, no operator is going to use straight ANFO that is going to tend to break down in a wet borehole. They're going to use a waterproof product.
Would you agree that in spite of the best efforts of operators, orange clouds still happen, right?
Yes.
In your review of the permit application, are you aware of the likely blasting amounts and durations necessary to achieve the operations plans of the company?
Do not know how often or how much they will blast on an annual basis. Again, that's going to be dependent on production.
Okay. So you would agree that a blasting plan would be submitted at a later date,
They have a blasting plan in place in the permit right now.
but it doesn't discuss how often blasting would happen or where?
No,
So how is that a plan?
they're going to blast in the active pits that they mine in. We know, according to their mine plan, where they're going to mine in year 1, year 2, year 3, throughout the mine. We know where they're going to blast. So they have to follow their mine plan, so they're going to blast in those areas in those specified years.
And that's an assumption you're drawing. It's not actually spelled out in the permit application, correct?
Their mine plan spells out where they're going to mine each year.
And you're
According to
drawing,
the permit.
and you're drawing an assumption that based on where they're going to mine, where they're going to blast, right?
Why would they blast anywhere else?
Okay, but they don't actually, in their blasting plan, have any identification of where they're going to blast.
You go ahead, counsel.
Objection asked and answered several times, I think.
Okay. Okay, are you aware of the part of the regulations that allows the administrator, or maybe in this case, your supervisor, I guess, if Mr. Wetland wasn't involved, that would allow other information necessary to ensure compliance with Chapter 6 of your regulations?
I'm going to have to object to the characterization of that question. A witness has already testified that Mr. Wentland was not involved.
Okay, but so the rest of the question, let's get to that. And I mean, the regulation says administrators. That's why I'm having a difficulty dealing with this, because I don't know who else to put in the regulation besides the administrator. But are you aware of the ability for someone at DEQ to request additional information necessary to ensure compliance with Chapter 6 of your regulations within the mine permit application?
The rules and regs in Chapter 6 specify that the administrator, my boss, can specify more stringent regulations for ground vibration or air blast if he deems that necessary to protect structures near a mine or quarry.
Okay, well, if Mr. Wetland wasn't involved, then who at DEQ could have done that in the context of your plan?
I believe if we felt it was necessary, it would have been Mr. Alan Edwards.
Okay, did you talk to Mr. Edwards about this at all in the scope of the review?
No.
You know if Mr. Edwards is aware of this regulation, it's something he could do?
I'm sure he's aware of it.
Are you aware of recreation uses in the area?
Yes.
Are you at all concerned about lasting impacts to those recreation uses?
There will be no recreation uses on the permit during mining, so I'm not too concerned about impacts to recreation on the permit during mining.
Okay, how about adjacent areas?
Adjacent areas, I'm not very concerned about any impacts from this mining operation.
Okay. Are you aware that the permit area includes some county roads that are used by the public?
Yes.
Are you at all concerned about blasting near those county roads?
No. If they're blasting close to those county roads, it would be the operator's responsibility to block traffic on those roads and make sure that anybody traveling on the road, those roads didn't travel on them during blasting operation.
Is blocking a road an impact, in your opinion?
It would be a minor impact.
Are you aware of the presence of abandoned mines in the area?
Yes.
In the scope of your review of the blasting impacts, did you consider those abandoned mine lands at all?
I thought about them. I didn't really consider them too much. No.
So you need to consider if you're blasting right close to an abandoned mine, if that would have an impact related to that abandoned mine.
I doubt that it would have much of an impact. Most of the abandoned mines in the area, if there was going to be subsidence, they've subsided by now. And for that matter, blasting vibrations probably wouldn't cause subsidence in an old mine near the operation.
Do you draw that opinion based on anything discussed or any information provided by the permit applicant?
No.
So what's the basis of that opinion?
My experience and knowledge of ground vibrations and their impact on adjacent structures to mines.
Are you aware that there's still active subsidence in the area?
Yes.
But I think just a moment ago you testified that if subsidence would happen, it would have happened by now, right?
In most cases, most of those mines are many decades old.
But you just told me that subsidence is still happening, right?
Possibly.
Are you aware of subsidence happening?
I haven't been out in that area in many years, so I guess I'm not aware of it.
You didn't visit the mine site in the course of your review at all?
No.
And when you mean you haven't been out there in many years, when was the last time you were out there?
I really couldn't say.
Are you aware that nitrogen is a common constituent in blasting agents, right?
Would you repeat that, please?
Is nitrogen a common constituent in the blasting agent? Common chemical? Maybe you can explain this better than I can, but
Ammonium nitrate
yeah.
is a common chemical used in many blasting agents, yes.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the water today. In the scope of your review of blasting, did you consult with any of your colleagues that reviewed the hydrogeologic consequences of the mine related to possible nitrogen contamination?
No,
Is that something you've ever done in the course of the mine?
I have.
Why didn't you do it here?
I didn't feel it was necessary. I don't think that there will be nitrogen contamination in the groundwater, and much of the permit is dry, as we've already heard.
So you don't think there's going to be nitrogen contamination? On what evidence do you draw that opinion?
I believe that the operator will use the best techniques available, and they'll use waterproof products when they shoot in wet areas.
So you talked a little bit about possible or the unlikely nature of structural damage in the homes in the adjacent areas from blasting, right?
Yes.
That there may be some vibrations and some pictures may fall off the wall, but structural damage likely would have happened.
Very unlikely.
Are you aware of stone houses or stone buildings in the area?
Yes.
Do you think the presence of those kind of buildings, would that change your opinion at all?
No.
Why not?
If I remember, and I actually looked at that house years ago when we were looking at houses to buy and remodel. It's a sandstone foundation. It's a pretty sturdy foundation. Probably a better foundation than many of the other houses in the area that are on a poured concrete foundation.
Is that kind of information in the permit application?
The quality of the structure?
Yeah, or potential impacts to structures at all.
All they are going to do is comply with the blasting regulations, so there's no damage to houses near the permit.
But there's nothing in the permit application about any kind of structures themselves right now.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. I know that this witness has already testified that if damage is caused, pre-blast surveys will have been done and the operator will be responsible for any repairs or damages that they've caused.
And Mr. Chairman, my line of questioning, while that is maybe true to some degree, there's also a duty to prevent in the Environmental Quality Act in Chapter 6. And that's where these questions
As I understand what I've heard here, the blasting regulations have been designed to do that. So if the blasting regulations are what's in the mine plan, I guess I'm having some difficulty understanding this too. So I'll give you one more crack at this, and we'll need to move on.
Okay, sure. Let's talk a little bit about water wells. Are you aware that there's probably a lot of water wells in the area, given a lot of homes in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Can blasting impact water wells?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to object. I know this doesn't sound like the same line of questioning, but again, the land quality rules and regulations require protection of the groundwater wells.
But I guess, again, I'm getting at what's in the permit application to make sure those requirements are met.
Is he really qualified to answer a question about what's going to happen? Well,
It's not a building, but it is something. I'll allow this question, and we have blasting regulations that presumably have been set, as we've heard, to address these issues, and so go ahead and ask that question.
Okay, Mr. Emmy, are you aware of times that blasting has impacted water wells?
No.
No, so never in the history of the DEQ program that you're aware of?
We have had complaints, we have investigated complaints about potential blasting impacting wells. We have actually run a downhole camera down a well that complainant thought blasting was affecting it. We had the camera setting right above the groundwater in the well when a blast went off at the neighboring mine, and there was not even a ripple in the water. We have had mining operators that have replaced wells because it was cheaper to replace a well from a complaint than it was to set and go through the informal conference with the director, set in front of the EQC, bring their lawyers in from their home office, wherever that might be. But they've also had the operators or the complainant sign a non-disclosure that their blasting did not affect the well. So no, we have had no actual wells impacted by blasting.
Just one last question on the orange clouds. Could you explain to the council just the toxicity of that and how that matters potentially for the public?
The orange cloud, the NOx cloud that we get from a lot of our casting operations is highly toxic. Some regulatory agencies like Cal, OSHA, they have short-term exposure limits as low as 1 part per million for that orange cloud. And it's a tough thing to monitor because you get a little bit of shift in wind and you don't get it coming over your monitors. Initially, when the blast goes off, the heat of the reaction causes that NOx cloud to rise. It is much heavier than the atmosphere. As it drifts off site, it tends to settle back to the surface. It's highly toxic. In the Powder River Basin, all the mines have either permit conditions or have voluntarily put restrictions on their operations so they don't shoot cast blast when the wind's blowing towards neighbors because of the toxicity of the cloud.
And just remind me, I did have one question on wind direction too. Just to clarify, there's nothing in the permit application or you didn't consider conditions that would limit blasting during high wind days?
No, I didn't, because I don't feel like we'll have a NOx problem at this mine because the shots are going to be relatively small. They're not going to cast blast. The cast blast are the shots that usually produce the NOx fumes. If we have a problem with NOx, then at that point in time, we would probably require the operator to have wind restrictions and not shoot when the wind blows towards neighbors.
So for instance, some of the mines in the Powder River Basin, we do have those kind of restrictions in the permit application.
Many of them do, yes.
All right, I might shift over to the bond. I think during your direct testimony, you said that Brook needs to give specifics about what they plan to do in the first year prior to calculating the bond, right?
That's right.
When are they going to give those specifics?
If we get approval to issue a permit, they will have to give us more specifics. And it may be exactly what we saw on the map. And then we'll have to review that bond and set it.
Okay. So Mr. Emmy, let's just walk through this a little bit. So we're here at a contested case hearing. We know at some point there's going to be a decision from the council. And then after that decision from the council, would you agree that there's a 15-day period where we either get the permit denied or granted, right?
Well, there is a 15-day period, but their permit will not be issued until the bond is set and in place.
So you can take longer than that 15 days in the statute if you need it?
If they don't have the bond in place, the permit won't get issued until the bond's in place.
Okay, so you're saying that DEQ could probably, and maybe this calls for a legal conclusion, I'm already seeing the objection here, but to the extent that you need to take more time, you feel you can take it?
I would get the review done in the regulatory time frame, but then it's incumbent on the operator to get the bond in place and approved by our Cheyenne staff.
Okay. I think you're aware of the general purpose of the bond, right? That it's in the history of the Environmental Quality Act and SMACRA and why the bonding program is important, right?
Yes.
Could you kind of tell us about that?
Well, we have a reclamation bond, so if an operator walks away, the state has revenue, money in place to reclaim the mine site.
And are you aware that there's public notice and comment provisions generally for a bond amount? Do you agree with that? The public generally has the right to comment on the bond amount?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
In your review of other permit applications, is there generally a bond set in a way that allows the public to review that bond amount?
The bond is set in the permit, and there is a public comment period before the permit is approved.
Right, so I guess I'm getting at here, where's the public comment period for the bond amount?
We don't have a bond in place yet.
Right, so how are we going to comment on it?
Once we go to issue the permit, then they'll have.
Yes.
Are we talking about this particular permit, or are we talking about the DEQ regulations in a broad sense? Because I get the feeling that he's doing what he's supposed to be doing by state regulations, and we're quizzing him on that versus what, I mean, if there's holes in this permit, point them out to us, tell us exactly what they are. But this question and answer about in a broad sense doesn't help us.
We're talking about this permit.
Okay, but it sounds like he's been doing this like this for years. And I can't distinguish between what's different about the process of this permit and what might be the process in the Powder River or anywhere else. I'm looking for deficiency in this permit.
And thank you, Mr.
I want to make
Flickner.
it really clear for me because I'm kind of slow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flickner. So I will get exactly right there. So I just asked you, generally, in the, when you review bonds and you set bonds, and generally they're set at a time that allows public comment, right?
For the initial permit.
Right. So in this permit application, the bond has yet to be set, right?
That's right.
Where is the public comment period?
I guess I can't answer that for you.
You can't answer it.
I guess I can't.
Let's talk a little bit about the bond estimate. provided by Brook. Could you talk a little bit about contingency factors in a bond estimate?
Yes, we include contingency factors for profit, project design, administration and accounting, site security. We also have an unknown to take care of acts of God, maybe a large flood or something like that. I think our contingencies cover about all the bases for any large project.
Okay, and would you agree with me that a contingency factor is important not just for the permit applicant, but actually if DEQ would have to take over in the case of a forfeiture?
The contingency is very important if the state has to take over the bond.
Okay.
They have enough money to do the project, yes.
Right. And would you agree with me that contingency factors are important regardless of the size of the project?
Yes.
So of course, of your review of the bond estimate from Brook Mine, are you at all concerned that some of those contingency factors are zeros?
In this particular operation, I'm not, because I think the overall bond, as I said, is very robust. There's a line item in the contingencies, $125,000 for site security for a 30.8 acre site is exorbitant.
But would you agree that there should be some number for that contingency factor, and it could be maybe prorated or adjusted?
There should be some number, but that particular line is very high. And I think overall the contingencies are adequate and the bond is more than adequate.
So you're saying that even though there are some zeros, maybe there's enough cushion in a couple of the other lines that you could adjust it over to some other line?
I believe so.
Are you generally aware of the AML work in the area?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Are you aware at all about the cost of that AML work in the area?
No.
No. Then I won't ask you any questions. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Let's take a 10-minute break, a 12-minute break. I have 4:13. Let's start at 4:25. we're up to Mr. Gilbert's, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
A couple of quick questions about these issues. We call these vibrations, have been called vibrations. What we have happening when that explosion happens is that's shock wave transferred through the strata, right?
That's right.
Okay. And one thing we know is that when that shock wave gets to these old abandoned mines, it is not going to make them more stable, correct?
No, probably not.
Okay. And you said you didn't know much about the work out of the abandoned mine stuff. So in thinking about that and the abandoned mines in close proximity to the Brook mine, you were not aware that in 2014, the state spent $42,000 to mitigate just 2 sinkholes?
Was not.
Not aware that that added to another mitigation project of $33,000 that was ongoing?
I did not know that either.
I read in 2016, the state spent $161,000 on subsidence in that area.
I did not know that.
And so the blasting plan does not take into account additional subsidence that may be caused out at in these old abandoned mines, correct?
That's true.
Okay, and neither does the bond.
No, it doesn't.
Couple of questions about the blasting. If I gather rightly from your testimony, they can, once they submit their blast plan, they can blast any time from sunrise to sunset, right?
If that's what's in their permit, yes.
Okay, and so then there wouldn't be restrictions, any restrictions on that at all, for example, blast sunrise to sunset on Christmas Day.
That's true.
Did the DEQ consider making some reasonable limitations like that in this process with so many homeowners in close proximity?
No, we did not.
You mentioned that it was within the power of the DEQ to put further restrictions on the blasting should it deem that necessary. Is that right? Correct?
That's correct.
So you did not, if I understand, investigate historic buildings that might be more susceptible to these shock waves traveling through the ground to them?
No.
Okay. And so therefore not aware of a barn on the Fisher property that's made out of rock and over 100 years old?
No.
Would that be anything DEQ would consider is limiting the blasting to provide protection for any of these types of old historic structures?
It could be considered. Again, it's going to depend on how far the structure is away, the size of the shots. If they stay within the standards set forth in the rules and regs, I doubt that it's going to have any impact on a 100-year-old barn.
One of the things that the DEQ has done in other circumstances is place a seismic monitor near the habitable structure, say the Fisher house, to measure the amount of shock wave that's making it through the substrate to the Fisher home. DEQ's done that before, right?
I've done that, yes.
You've done that. Did you give any consideration to putting any of those kinds of seismic monitors in for any home?
If we had complaints and felt it was necessary, we could do that at any point in time.
Okay, only after complaints then?
If we had a request, it might not necessarily have to be a complaint. If we had a request, we could do it.
You mentioned that if damage is caused, well, then the mine would have to pay for the damage, right?
If you can prove that the damage was done by blasting, yes.
And that's the point. If the damage is done to the Fisher home, they're left to the court system and litigating with Brook's lawyers about whether or not the damage was caused.
More than likely.
On the weather restrictions, it sounds like the notion is if we have a problem, then we'll think about the weather restrictions at a later date.
As far as NOx fumes are concerned, yes, I think so, if we have a problem, but I do not foresee a problem with this operation.
Did you take in, you're from Sheridan, right, sir?
I've been here for 42 plus years.
Did you take into consideration in any way the sort of local problem of having inversions in this valley, which holds all the wood smoke and all the other kinds of things in?
Yes, inversions are very common, not only in Sheridan, but in the Gillette area. So I'm very aware of inversions and the problems that they cause, dust from operations at mines, on county roads, as well as blasting.
But as it stands today, no restrictions on blasting during inversion events?
No.
This last series of questions about just having a conceptual understanding about how blasting was going to occur, pretty simple, aren't they?
Would you repeat that?
Sure. The questions I just asked you about how blasting was going to happen and whether there might be restrictions, these are pretty simple questions, right?
Pretty simple? Yes.
Pretty easy for you to answer, right?
Yes.
Do you find it odd that the Fishers had to get all the way into this room to have those questions asked?
I don't know if it's odd. Nobody has approached me about any concerns except for the complaints that were written and submitted to DEQ. And I've read those complaints and I'm very aware of them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Gregerson, do you have any questions at this point?
Mr. Chairman, as I expected, we have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sutphin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a few questions. Mr. Emmy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you in the room when Mr. Christensen referred to you as a world-renowned blasting expert?
I was.
How did that make you feel, Mr. Emmy?
I thought that was a very nice comment by my coworker.
I guess I want to follow up on a few of the points that have been brought up, and to stay consistent with the pattern, let's start with blasting, which is a lot more fun anyway. Would you agree that your approach to blasting plans and permits is to allow sufficient flexibility so that the blasting can be done efficiently and safely?
Yes.
You testified about a couple of the issues where it sounded like you don't want to overly restrict an operator to, for example, only using info, right?
That's true.
Do you recall that you submitted a comment to Brook during the comment and response period regarding this sort of concept of having more flexibility in the blasting plan?
I remember making a comment like that.
So, and I'm maybe trying to read your mind too much, but I'd like to look at one of the comments that you made in the comment and response period. This is found in DEQ exhibit number 34, page 129. And Mr. Emmy, you don't need to bring it up. We'll give it a shot here on the screen and see if this will work. I'm particularly interested in do we have comment 13 on that page? No, so I apologize. Let's try 128. It's a little blurry up there too. Well, obviously my notes are wrong, Mr. Emmy. Let's go back to 129.
34, 128.
Oh, that's funny. Well, let's just look, Mr. Emmy, at the page that we do have up. Maybe I was right after all, and I'm interested, I guess, in comment DE 16. And Carrie will blow that up for us, just the comment. So first, Mr. Emmy, are you DE?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just take a look at this, but just summarize for me, if you will, the nature of your comment?
Their initial master plan in the mine plan had very specific pattern sizes, amounts of stemming that they were going to use, type of explosives they were going to use, and a lot of their specifics were not good design parameters for a shot. For instance, 15-foot coal seam drilled on a 35 by 35 pattern with a 7 7/8 inch drill with 4.5 foot of stemming is not going to produce a good shot. We would have a lot of fly rock. You wouldn't get good fragmentation. So I tried to note some of these things and coach them to not be as specific, be more general in what they were going to do for their blasting and to use the best practices, best products available.
And were you satisfied with Ramaco, or rather Brook's response?
Yes.
Now I'd like to zoom in on, and actually to be fair, it looks like yeah, so let's look at the response. So do you, first I guess, did you actually look at the section MP.14.8.2 to confirm that it had been changed as Brook indicated it had?
Yes.
Okay. And the response here says the text now provides more open design standards for Ramaco to function as necessary for safe and efficient blasting during the mining operations. Did you feel that that was an important change?
I did.
And if you had not agreed with that change, what would you have done?
I would have made another comment requesting different language. I probably would have recommended some language that they put in the permit.
Let's talk briefly about these abandoned mines that have been referenced. Isn't it true that there is a setback required of 500 feet from any known existing underground mines and the blasting operations?
Any surface mine that is going to do blasting within 500 foot of an active or abandoned underground mine has to have the specific approval of the federal regulatory agency as well as a state regulatory agency that regulates underground mining. That would be MSHA, Mine Safety and Health Administration for the feds, and the state mine inspector for the state.
And so that's a commitment and a requirement that Brook will have to live up to in this operation, right?
That's true.
What happens if they violate that?
They would get a violation, probably a fine.
What limitations are in place in the Brook mine permit file and in the rules and regulations to protect structures from damage, from blasting?
There are specifics in the rules and regulations that the Brook mine has said that they will comply with to protect structures, and there are limits on how much ground vibration the mine can produce at a nearby structure. The maximum air blast allowed at a nearby structure. The mine cannot throw fly rock off the permit or more than half the distance to any occupied structure, could be their own structure. So the rules and regulations protect the public pretty well.
Speaking of protecting the public, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you don't believe that any recreational users will be at risk of harm from blasting operations, right?
That's true.
And I think, and you may not have said it this way, but I certainly came away thinking you were talking about steps that will be taken to make sure that no one wanders around in an active blasting area. Fair?
That's fair. That's what any certified blaster has to do before he initiates a shot.
Do you know what the blasting plan says about steps that will be taken to prevent unauthorized access during blasting?
The blasting plan, again, is pretty generic, but all blasts will be under the supervision of a certified blaster, and part of his designated responsibilities are to make sure that all access points to the blast area are barricaded so no one gets into the blast area during the shot or before the all clear is given.
Let's take a quick look at what the mine plan in this permit file says about unauthorized access control, okay? This is on DEQ Exhibit 12-081, and Carrie has already blown up the portion at the bottom of that page. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this piece, but this is the beginning of a list of steps that will be taken to control unauthorized access. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at the very next page, which of course is 082, still in DEQ Exhibit 12. And we'll just blow up the top part of that list. So I know we left one piece on the other page, but Mr. Emmy, in your experience and in your opinion, do you believe that these are sufficient steps to prevent unauthorized access during blasting operations?
Yes.
Thank you. Does DEQ monitor and enforce the blasting program?
Yes.
What happens if DEQ is made aware of some violation of the blasting rules and regs or the permit conditions?
We write a violation, oftentimes accompanied by a fine.
Did you say you can fine the company?
Yes.
Can you also stop work?
Yes.
Have you ever had to do that?
In certain parts of a mine, we've shut down operations in a portion of a pit. Yes.
Are you aware that Bighorn Coal blasted in the area of the proposed Brook mine for its historic surface mining operations?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge about any of the blasting procedures that they used?
I don't know how much personal knowledge I have, but I knew a lot of the blasters at Bighorn worked for the same company that owned Bighorn years ago.
Do you know how the blasting that Bighorn Coal conducted historically would compare in magnitude to the blasting that Brook is proposing?
Size of shots may be similar, but probably smaller, because I doubt that they're going to bring an electric shovel in to remove overburden. And again, it's going to be sporadic blasting. They're going to open one box cut, shoot that overburden, remove it, shoot the coal, remove it, and move their auger in and start the auger mine.
So let me make sure that we're clear, because we might have crossed our wires there. You expect that the Brook mine blasting will use smaller shots, true?
I do anticipate that.
And you also would, I think what you've said is that the frequency of Brook's blasting will be less frequent than what Bighorn Coal did historically, true?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that many, if not all, of the same houses and structures and buildings that have been here for 100 years were also there when Bighorn Coal was doing its blasting?
Many of them. There's probably a few new ones since Bighorn shut down, but most of them.
I'm sad to say I'm probably done asking you about blasting because I like that subject. But let's briefly cover a few issues Actually, we're not done on blasting. I apologize. You heard some questions from Mr. Gilbert's about some expensive AML costs to repair some subsidence. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
And in fact, I don't remember the number he said, but it seemed like a pretty big number to repair just 2 sinkholes. You remember that?
Yes.
So those abandoned mine lands, I mean, by their very definition, those are old mines, right?
Very old.
And do you know what I mean when I say pre-law?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Pre-SMACRA.
Okay. So the fact that AML is dealing with this situation means that there just ain't nobody around to pay to repair those old mines. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. He also said something, or you in visiting with him said that the bond calculation doesn't consider reclaiming old mine subsidence that would have been caused by Brook's blasting, right?
That's true.
But isn't it true that in year 0, Brook Mine will do 0 blasting?
That's true.
Okay. So would you expect the bond to include an amount to possibly repair blast-caused subsidence when there's no blasting taking place?
No.
I think now we can talk more about the bonding. Did you review the objections to the Brook Mine as they relate to the bonding amount?
Yes.
And to be very specific, we're talking about reclamation bonding, right?
That's right.
Okay. You've already told us about what the proposed bond calculation is, and can you remind me roughly what that amount was?
$372,000.
Did you specifically review the objection letter filed by Powder River Basin Resource Council with respect to the reclamation bond amount?
Yes.
So I want to take a look at that and ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then bring it up. So we're going to take a look at Powder River Basin Resource Council Exhibit Number 1. And Mr. Eniak, we just handed you a hard copy of that, okay?
Yes.
Will you please turn to page 8 of that objection letter? The objection regarding the reclamation bond begins at the bottom of page 8. You see that?
I do.
Do you know who prepared these bond-related objections for Powder River Basin Resource Council?
I do not.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Stu Levitt?
I actually read his deposition.
Okay. Have you ever talked to Stu Levitt?
No.
Okay. So having read his deposition, do you understand that Mr. Levitt was in fact the one responsible for drafting these objections, or this portion of the PRBRC objection letter?
I did not know that he drafted this objection letter.
Okay. I think you just said you never talked to him, is that right?
Never talked to him.
Okay. So you probably don't know why he's not listed as a witness to testify here?
I don't, but I can speculate.
Objection. We don't want you to speculate.
I was just going to say that too. I don't want you to speculate. Let's take a look at the last paragraph on page 8. Do you see where it says, based on our review of the reclamation bond estimate, it is too low to protect the public interest? Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
In fact, I think you said that the bond estimate is robust, true?
True.
How much would you have told Brook to bond if they had not submitted their own proposal to you?
I'd have probably reviewed it and gone ahead and just stuck with their number, like pretty much what we did.
But I think you said if you did the calculations independently, you would have come in at a lower number, right?
That's true.
What was that number?
I don't have a specific number, but I can say that topsoil costs were probably 40% higher than what I would have used.
I appreciate that. Let's now turn to page 9 of the Powder River Basin Exhibit 1. I'm very interested in the last paragraph on page 9. Here it says the costs to restore hydrologic conditions. The bond fails to include sufficient funds to carry out all operations needed to restore the pre-mine hydrologic conditions within the permit area and in any offsite areas that are impacted. Isn't it true that the only thing Brook is proposing to do in year 0 is scrape the topsoil off of approximately 30.8 acres?
Strip topsoil and build a couple of ponds.
Would you expect, in your experience with bonding, that it would require or need to include anything about the hydrologic conditions given that amount of work?
Not for that minimal surface impact, no.
Let's turn the page to page 10. The first paragraph refers to independent reclamation design. Do you see that?
Yes.
Bear with us. We're going to bring it up on the screen here. What is generally meant by independent reclamation design in your bond formula?
In a large surface mine, it would be for some independent mining construction firm to design the reclamation, backfill the pit, bring it to a state where we had through drainage, non-erosive slopes, and reclaim as close as possible to the approximate original contour.
Would you expect an independent reclamation design for year 0 in a mine that is only proposing to disturb 30.8 acres of surface?
There's no way that you would hire an independent design firm to design any sort of reclamation for a mine that's got 30.8 acres of surface disturbance.
So given that answer, I think I know what you're going to say about this, but what does PRBRC claim would be an appropriate amount for an independent reclamation design for the year 0 of the Brook mine?
$125,000.
And what is your opinion of that number?
Well, I think I could do it in about an hour.
So I appreciate your answer, Mr. Emmy, but it doesn't really translate super great on the record.
Okay,
So
you could easily design this for $1,000.
Okay. And I apologize, Mr. Emmy, I'm asking you these questions, but the fact of the matter is, based on the testimony that we got from Mr. Levitt at his deposition, he was the one who did these numbers, and he won't be here, so I don't get to ask him these questions. So I appreciate your patience with me as I try to clarify what I believe. Well, I won't say what I was about to say. So overall, of all the objections, are there any objections regarding the proposed bond amount that you feel deserve further discussion?
No.
What happens, assuming this permit is issued, what happens when we get to what I'll call year 1, the second year of operations? Will Brook be required to submit additional bonding?
They will submit an annual report. It will document the disturbance on the ground at that time and project the disturbance for the upcoming year, and they will have to bond for the worst case scenario, which obviously would be the end of the next year. And then we'll have to review that bond and make any adjustments we deem necessary.
Will the public have an opportunity to review those bond proposals for the next year of operation?
No.
Will will there be any opportunity for someone to question whether those bonds are high enough?
The public can come in and look at the permit at any point in time.
And is it fair to say that the reclamation bond is cumulative? In other words, each year it will be increased commensurate with the amount of disturbance that's projected?
Generally, yes.
How does one like Brook Mine go about getting their bond money released?
They have to backfill the pit, topsoil, seed, and then go through an extensive bond release process.
Does the public get to weigh in on whether or not the bond should be released?
There is a public comment period for that also.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Emmy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Does the council have any questions? Okay. We'll start with you, Megan.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Megan?
I have two questions. I read the regulations that the notice has to be between 30 and 60 days for blasting. Does it have to list exactly what hour and time, or is it more broad?
Most operations are going to pick the widest window they can, Sunday through Saturday, sunrise to sunset. We do have some operators that specify a window, like I said, noon to maybe 4 p.m. Most operators want to give themselves that widest window in case a piece of equipment breaks down. They may typically shoot at lunchtime. But then if a drill breaks down and they don't get the shot off till 5 in the afternoon, they want to give themselves that wide window.
So mostly they'll say it's we're going to blast on January 1st from sunrise to sunset. That would be what the notice would say?
It would say in the period between January 1st, 2017, December 31st, 2017, we will shoot Sunday through Saturday, sunrise to sunset.
Okay. Then how does that work with the 30-day notice
They can't-
control to
Excuse me.
landowners? Say if they're only going to blast 2 days a year, theoretically, and they have to give public notice. But if they're saying, well, we're going to do it within the next year, that's not really noticing the public as to when they're going to be blasting.
Because this operation is a little bit different than a mine, and say the Powder River Basin
Right.
shoots every day, the operator may decide to call up people and say, our blasting is going to commence June 1st, and it should take us about 6 weeks of blasting to, effectively shoot and excavate the first box cut.
And then the second one, and I think you've already answered this, but is weekend blasting normal? Sounds like they just sort of designate that they're going to blast over.
If the coal mines, the bigger coal mines in the state, Cameron, Rock Springs, Powder River Basin, and go up into Montana and the Powder River Basin, they shoot daily, and they shoot multiple times daily because of their production needs. So yes, they shoot every day of the week. They shoot on holidays. That's why they want to give themselves the widest window they can.
And would it be reasonable, and you may not be able to answer this, in a case like this where it's such a short blasting period, to put some restrictions in, considering the number of houses that are nearby?
It is possible, yes. Mm-hmm.
Dick?
Just to follow up on Megan's question. If you were to decide that restrictions were necessary based on the objections or comments that have been, would that fall within, is that something that put in conditions that will really significantly? Would that fall within the window of things that could be covered in conditions of approval on the final permit?
Yes, we could condition the permit with restrict it to, whatever days and whatever times we felt necessary.
Deb? I actually have a couple questions. So I'm not familiar with what would need to be blasted for this mine. I mean, we heard earlier about high wall mining and the coal itself is removed by like a kind of drilling operation that goes in and kind of, it didn't seem like there was any blasting involved with that. So could you explain to me where the blasting comes in for this particular mine?
Okay, when they excavate the first box cut, I think it's been referred to as a trench at times in the commentary. That native overburden would have to be drilled and shot to be effectively, removed with scrapers, front end loader or whatever. Once they get that first box cut opened up, that first chunk of coal that they've exposed, they drill and shoot that. Once they get that excavated, then they come in with the high wall miner, which is essentially like an underground miner. Most of them have a big auger head on them, and they just start driving that into their drifts after they've got that box cut open. And during that point in time, there's no blasting.
So the blasting occurs really when they're getting the box cut opened and prepared, and then there's this time when they're doing the actual high wall mining where there is no blasting on that particular location.
That's right.
About how long would it take to open up one of those box cuts?
It's going to be dependent on what type of equipment they use to open it. Some of their box cuts are bigger than others. Again, I don't have a good number on yardage. It might just be a few weeks to open that first box cut. Some of the longer cuts could be, a few months.
So it's not like it's not going to be like the big open pit mines where daily blasting is how they get the coal out.
Right.
It's just to open up the box.
That's correct.
So you said at one point that you did not consider this orange cloud issue with the NOx to be a problem for this site. Could you explain to me why?
Generally, the only shots that we see NOx produced from in this part of the world are the cast shots. Now, occasionally you'll see a shot that maybe 90% of the bench was dry and they used ANFO, and a few holes might get wet, start to break down that ammonia nitrate, and that portion of the shot might produce a little color. Coal is generally more competent than the overburden we have. So when you shoot coal, in my career, I've seen NOx produced from a coal shot one time. It's almost unheard of. And in that case, it was because they used ANFO and the product got wet. These small shots, usually they're loaded and shot the same day. Doesn't give the powder long to break down. They're not as energetic as a cast shot. And the energetic shots deform the overburden. And that's the big reason we get NOx from cast blasting.
But most of the times you see that is with this cast blasting where you're trying to actually completely move the rock or the whatever it is you're blasting, completely move it without having to get any shovels in, sort of just put enough energy into it that it moves itself to where you want it.
Yeah, the cast blasting, they've actually got a big pit void that they're moving the dirt into. In this case, they open a box cut, there's no pit void to move any dirt to. They take that out of the pit, they put it in an overburden stockpile, they mine the coal, do all their auger mining, then they backfill the pit.
So they're blasting really in a way to break it up so that they can get in and shovel it out.
Yeah, because, front end loaders, scrapers, small shovel, whatever your excavation equipment, they don't produce as well in on-shot rock.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Laurent, redirect.
Just 3 questions on redirect. First, if the fishers are worried about the integrity of their structures, can they ask for a pre-blast survey?
If they live within a half mile of the permit, the operator has to do the pre-blast survey.
Okay. Second, changing gears talking about the orange cloud, besides good-heartedness and wanting to make sure that the air stays clean, is there any reason that a mine would want to use waterproof shots in a watery area?
James, would you repeat that, please?
Sure. Besides its general good-heartedness and desire to keep pollution out of the air, is there a practical reason that the mine is going to use water-resistant shots in wet dirt?
Yes. Ammonia nitrate and fuel oil is the primary blasting agent used in North America. But ammonia nitrate prills break down, they're hygroscopic, they absorb moisture. They'll absorb moisture from a hole you think is dry, from the borehole walls. Because a lot of our overburden has inherent moisture in it that the rock doesn't give up. So if you load the ANFO in a dry hole, sometimes you'll still get knocked. So, you know, operators often use a mixture of ammonia nitrate and a water-resistant emulsion to get a waterproof product that is not going to break down if it gets wet.
And final question, just to clarify, does a bond have to be in place in order for a permit application to be technically adequate?
No.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ernie.
Thank you.
Do you have any more witnesses?
Mr. Hearing Officer, DEQ does not have any additional witnesses to call in its case in chief, so we rest our case in chief and reserve ability to provide rebuttal if necessary.
All right, thank you. So I would like to keep moving ahead here. Mr. Pope or Mr. Sutton, would you please call your first witness?
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. Brook Mine will call Mr. Jeff Barron as its first witness.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barron. How are you today?
I am doing grand. Thank you for asking.
Mr. Barron, do you have your cell phone in your pocket?
I do.
Would you please put it on airplane mode?
I can do that if you'd like. Done.
Thank you. Mr. Barron, would you please introduce yourself to the members of the Environmental Quality Council?
I would love to. I'm Jeff Barron. I work for Western Water Consultants, professional engineer, and I'm glad to be here.
Where do you live, Mr. Barron?
I live in the town of Ranchester.
How long have you lived in Sheridan County?
I moved here in 2005.
How close do you live to the proposed Brook Mine?
I'm, well, within 6 miles.
Are you concerned about trying to keep Sheridan County safe?
Absolutely.
Are you involved in the community in any way?
Actually involved in the community in several ways. I serve on the Ranchester Town Council as a councilman. I have served several years on the Tongue River Fire Department, which the residents and the mine are in that district. And then I serve on the Marion Daycare Board.
Would you do anything or at least do anything in relation to the Brook Mine permit to knowingly destroy any part of Sheridan County?
Absolutely not.
You mentioned that you are a professional engineer, and I know we heard some testimony about that from other witnesses. Does the fact that you are a professional engineer influence the way that you have treated the Brook Mine permit in any way?
It does. My license comes from state statute under the Public Health and Safety Clause. So my primary duty, outside of any other duties, is beholden to the public health and safety.
Does that fact affect the decisions that you're willing to make to try and get the Brook Mine permitted?
It does.
How so?
Chief among my duties outside of employment is the protection of the public and health and safety. And so above every single one of those, I hold that paramount.
What is your educational background?
I received my Bachelor's of Science degree from Montana State University in civil engineering. There was a facet of that called bioresource engineering, which focuses on environmental issues.
What do you mean by facet?
So inside the civil engineering program, the bioresource engineering program deals more with geology, geotechnical issues, water, hydrology, hydrogeology, as opposed to designing a high-rise building.
How has that emphasis on bioresources, has that emphasis on bioresources helped you in preparation of the Brook mine permit?
It has. It's at a unique qualification for preparing this type of permit application.
How so?
Many of the things that I learned in my undergrad are part of a permit application. We deal with hydrogeology in a permit application, as you've all heard. We deal with precipitation. We deal with geology. We deal with vegetation. All of those things that were part of the focus of my undergrad are also the focus of this permit application.
What is your engineering background and experience?
I have worked with Western Water since 2005. In 2009, I received my professional engineering license, and I hold that license in 2 states, both in Wyoming and in Montana.
During the time that you've worked as an engineer, have you worked on other mine permits?
Yes, when I began working with Western Water Consultants, day one was working with the Black Thunder permit application.
And how many mining permits would you say you've worked on in your time as an engineer?
I've worked on dozens.
And of those mine permits, just so that we're clear, are we talking about new permits or renewals? Can you please explain to the council what your experience has been?
So Brook Mine is the first new permit application in several decades, so I've not worked on any new permit applications. However, I've been involved with amendment applications. I've been involved with mergers of applications from one mine to another and merging those documents. I've also worked with minor modifications to existing permit applications, major modifications to permit applications, even something as simple as permitting a single sediment pond within a permit application.
How long has Brook Mine been working on this permit application?
We began our work in May of 2013.
And let's be really clear, when you say we, what do you mean?
Western Water Consultants began work on the application in 2013. However, Brook Mine was operating and preparing for a permit application prior to our involvement.
You were here to listen to Mr. Christensen's testimony, right?
I was, yes.
And did you hear him talk about the permit process overview just generally?
I did, yeah.
Did you agree with Mr. Christensen on how the process works?
I do, yes.
Would you add anything that you think might help the council?
No, I think BJ did an excellent job in describing the process.
Would you describe the permitting process as dynamic?
Absolutely dynamic.
What does that mean to you, I guess, to be clear?
So the permitting process from inception and really until final bond release is it completed, changes, additions, subtractions, both during the pre-application phase, during the application phase, even after approval in the amendment phase, the document continues to change to adapt to the conditions on the ground or the economic conditions that might drive a permit application. And we do our best to keep the permit document current with DEQ, both to provide for the operator and give DEQ an enforceable document to keep the public safe.
Has that dynamic nature been, have you observed that in all of the permits you've worked on?
I have, yes.
Would you say that the permit process involves collaboration between the applicant and the Department of Environmental Quality, Land Quality Division?
In my professional opinion, it does not work without that collaboration.
Why do you think that is?
It's important along every step of the way to engage the agency that's overseeing the application to ensure that they get the document that they're looking for, and we prepare a document that protects the safety and the health of the residents of the state.
Where does an engineer involved in permit applications like these look for direction on what is required for permit issuance?
Primarily, the first step for engineers is the DEQ guidance documents. Unlike other states, DEQ has done an excellent job in the state of Wyoming preparing documents that guide the operator in the preparation of a permit application that is this big. It's not as simple as filling out a one-page form. And so to help operators and add some uniformity to the process, they've prepared several guidance documents. Those guidance documents are guidelines. They are not hard and fast rules, but they're promulgated by the rules and regulations. So what's in those documents takes away from the regulations and adds some clarity for ease of the preparation of the document that you see before you today.
Other than the guidance documents, where else would an engineer like yourself look for direction on how to get a permit?
We would also look at the state rules and regulations.
Anything else?
We look, and above that would be the state statute themselves, the law.
Did you do all of those things as part of the Brook Mine permit application?
I did, yes.
How about the other permit applications you've worked on?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, let's move and talk a little bit about high wall mining. It occurred to me from some of the questions we've heard over the few days that we didn't really start with a good explanation of high wall mining. So I'd like you to take a look at Powder River Basin Resource Council Exhibit 84. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Barron? You know what? Don't answer that. It doesn't really matter. This is for demonstrative purposes. Let's look at page 16, okay?
Okay.
We're getting there. Okay, let's blow that little diagram up, that figure. Have you seen this figure before?
I have seen that figure before.
Okay. Now, first of all, well, what does this figure represent?
This figure represents a cross-section of a high wall miner that is mining a coal seam with overburden, and you can see a launch vehicle on the left-hand side of the picture.
Okay, and to be clear, this is a figure that's shown and is accredited to Caterpillar. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay, is this identical to the machine that Brook will be using for the proposed Brook mine?
It's similar, but it is not identical.
Okay, so can you just briefly describe the high wall mining process for the council? And if you need to stand up, please go ahead.
So the high wall mining process starts with, and we've heard it called a trench or a pit or a box cut that exposes the coal seam. And then the high wall miner pushes forward a machine with a rotating drum with teeth on it. Think of a rolling pin with teeth that claw away at the coal seam. And then in the ADCAR system, it's a set of conveyors. In this Caterpillar system, there's a tube with a screw in it that pulls the coal back to the launch vehicle. And then that, after it gets to its full extent, it's retrieved, the machine moves down the pit and goes back into the seam again.
Just to be clear, Mr. Barron, I notice in this figure, I realize this is just demonstrative, but we can see trees and things behind the machine. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the situation you would expect during operations at Brook Mine?
It is. The overburden above the high wall miner is undisturbed. It stays the native ground, the native topography with even the native vegetation.
Okay, now I'd like to look at a different exhibit to help sort of flesh out some of the terminology we've heard throughout the hearing. Let's look at DEQ Exhibit 12-121. All right, Mr. Barron, can you please explain to the council what we're looking at here?
So this is a figure that's in the mine plan. And as discussed before, the mine plan has some generalities to describe to the reader, just in general, what is going on and what something would look like. So you saw a cross section of the high wall miner, and then this is looking at plan viewer facing right into the open box cut. So we're in the box cut looking at the high wall. And this is describing just in general that the drifts that they've been called that in this hearing are spaced on somewhat regular intervals, and between each drift is left a web, a supporting wall, just like this room. We're in the drift, and we've got two walls that are the webs between them, and we occupy this space. And then it shows this larger web, which is called a barrier pillar. And it describes that this resides between a series of webs. Its purpose is to offer protection, but this figure is just showing the general layout of what you would expect to see if you were looking in the high wall.
So, Mr. Barron, roughly how far below the surface will these webs and pillars and drifts be for the proposed Brook mine?
They can be in tens of feet to hundreds of feet below the ground. And you heard earlier how the coal is tipped and it gets deeper as we move across the mine permit area.
By looking at this generalized schematic, can you tell me how wide the barrier pillar will be in, say, for example, trench 1?
No.
What about the coal web width? Can you tell me that based on this schematic?
For trench 1, no, I can't tell you the exact width of the web pillar.
So to put it another way, is this figure that we see here an engineered drawing that the operator will use to make its cuts into the coal seam exactly like this?
No, not at all.
So why did you include this in the mine plan?
Well, it's important in a permit application when dealing with the regulatory body and then the public that gets to view it, to give them a picture of what this does kind of look like, so they don't get lost in the words or some other narrative. So we included this to add to the permit application.
Let's talk a little bit about subsidence, okay?
Okay.
Have you read the objection letters in regarding the Brook mine permit?
I have.
Were there objections regarding subsidence?
Yes.
What is your general understanding of the subsidence-related objections?
In general, that the mining operation would cause subsidence in old mine works, and that the high wall mining itself would generate subsidence on the land surface, causing impacts to the surface and to the underground area.
Do you believe that the mine permit sufficiently addresses these issues?
I do.
Did DEQ accept your subsidence-related terms and commitments entirely in the first round of comments and responses?
In the first round, no, they did not.
What about your baseline assessment of geology in Appendix D5? Did they accept that entirely in round 1?
No, they had comments on Appendix D5.
We heard Mr. Christensen go through one example of a comment and response. I'd like to show you another example. Let's look at DEQ exhibit number 34-014. Do you recognize this? I know I didn't show you the first page, but do you know what we're looking at here, Mr. Barrett?
We're looking at a compiled view of comments and responses.
Is this a document that you prepared?
Yes.
And what was it based on?
It was based on several rounds of comments. We've compiled them into one document.
Does it also include Brook's responses?
I don't know if it includes the responses, though.
Well, I'll show you in just a minute.
Okay.
Let's look at comment BJ number 14, okay?
Okay.
It's a little tough because it spills over to the next page, but do you see what Carrie has just blown up?
I do see that, yes.
Okay. Just to set the stage, what part of the permit file is comment BJ 14 referring to?
It's commented on Appendix D5. It's the geology section of the permit application.
Okay, now let's look at the very next page, DEQ 34-015. So first, Mr. Barron, how about now? Do you know whether or not this exhibit includes Brook's responses to the comments?
It appears to, yes.
Okay. So let's blow up the rest of BJ's comment 14. We don't need to read this whole thing, but Mr. Barron, please take a look at that. And can you just summarize generally what comment 14 was about?
Comment 14 was about the level of sampling and testing for strength parameters within the geologic area of the permit application.
Does that have anything to do with subsidence in your experience?
It does.
And what did you think of this comment when you received it?
After I received that comment, it was apparent that we needed to address the comment and create a mechanism to supply some additional data to DEQ.
And what kind of additional data was, data was DEQ interested in based on this comment?
They were interested in more specific strength parameters tied to specific mine areas.
Okay, now let's take a quick look at Brook's response. So what was your response to BJ 14 comment?
We updated the appropriate section in D5.
Okay, and what section is that exactly?
It is section D5332.
Okay, let's take a quick look at DEQ Exhibit 5-017. So first, Mr. Barron, what is Appendix D5?
D5 deals with overburden and the geology within the permit area.
Okay, we're just going to blow up the first piece here just for a second. So is this the part of exhibit, or rather Appendix D5 that you referred to in your comment response?
It is.
Okay. So let's turn the page to DEQ 5-018. Mr. Barron, would it help if we gave you, well, it's just a lot of exhibits to go back and forth. I think are you okay with us still using the screen?
That works for me, yes.
Okay. So let's blow up the first paragraph on that page. And actually, Carrie, I apologize. Let's blow up the first two paragraphs on that page. Mr. Barron, is this what you would refer to as the narrative portion of Appendix D5?
Yes, it is.
And can you just summarize, I mean, you can certainly take a look here and so can the council, but can you just summarize this language in the narrative?
Yeah, this language discusses the sampling efforts in the baseline and also provides for a commitment to supply the MSHA ground control plan to DEQ.
And at the beginning of this, it mentions, and I'm trying to find my place exactly, maybe the third sentence down, these samples will not represent all conditions encountered by the continuous miner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you believe that statement is true?
Yes.
So how do you know what you're going to do about subsidence or whether subsidence is going to occur if you don't know the conditions, interburden thickness, overburden, et cetera, that you're going to encounter?
So we will study the exact areas when we begin mining in a specific high wall mining area, and specifically a panel that is protruding off of a high wall. We will study and get samples for that area, and then it will be designed appropriately for the operation of the mine.
This narrative mentions the MSHA ground control plan. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
What is the MSHA ground control plan?
The MSHA ground control plan is the document that MSHA uses to verify the safety of the miners who are operating in and around a high wall.
Why did you mention it in this part of the narrative?
For the underground component of the ground control plan, we have to calculate to the satisfaction of MSHA a factor of safety for the strength, the ability of these pillars, the walls that you see in the room, to hold up the roof. And so the calculations necessary to provide the information for MSHA are exactly the same data that DEQ is looking for each one of these panels.
And to be clear, have you done those additional sampling procedures yet?
We have not.
Why not?
They're not necessary at this time.
When will they be necessary?
At the time that we are going to mine and receive hopefully a permit to mine application, we will address the area, TR1 for instance, that we are going to mine, and we will pull additional samples. That will become part of the ground control plan, and we cannot mine without that ground control plan in place, submitting it both for MSHA review and to DEQ at that time.
To be fair, has Brook Mine done any strength testing within its mine permit boundaries?
We have.
Okay, and did you test the strength of the coal at all?
We did.
How many samples of coal strength have been done?
2, I believe.
Okay, and do you recall what the coal strength findings were?
We had a strength, if I remember correctly, about 1,400 PSI.
And I should probably be more precise, especially since you are an engineer. What kind of strength testing was done on the coal?
It's called an unconfined compressive strength test.
Where would the members of the council look in the permit file to see the results of those tests?
Those are found in Appendix D5, and I believe it's Addendum D56.
Did you do the unconfined strength testing thing you just mentioned personally?
We did not do that at Western Water, no.
Who did it?
We sent them to a lab to be tested.
Does the MSHA ground control plan require an accurate characterization of the roof materials?
It does.
Does it require an accurate characterization of the floor materials?
It does.
Does it require an accurate characterization of the coal strength and characteristics?
It does as well.
How do you know all that?
The program that MSHA will use is called ARMS, and the input parameters for that program are listed.
Does MSHA require a compressive strength test or any of these other parameters for every panel that will be mined with the high wall miner?
They do, yes.
And I think we established this, but just to be clear, when I say a high wall mining panel, do you know, what does that mean to you?
So to me and to MSHA, a high wall mining panel is when a box cut is opened and then you can mine on either the left or the right of the box cut. Those are the panel. Now, sometimes it gets confused that a panel is just the area between the barrier pillars, But in this case, it's the full length of the panel to be mined, some 1,500, 2,000 feet in length.
I want to turn now to the subsidence control plan, okay?
Okay.
First of all, can you just explain to the council what a subsidence control plan is?
That is the plan in the permit that addresses subsidence. It talks about the parameters for subsidence, and it talks about how the mine will deal with subsidence.
And who prepared the subsidence control plan that's part of the permit file?
It was a company by the name of Cardno MMA.
Why was Cardno MMA selected to prepare the subsidence control plan?
So Cardno and MMA were merging. MMA is Marshall Miller and Associates. They've since retracted, and that's who they are now. Marshall Miller, the founder of the company, has done extensive work in this field, and so I chose that company to do this rather than our company.
Where and you can zoom out, please, Kerry. Where in the permit file would the council turn to find the subsidence control plan?
That's found within the Brook mine plan.
You might have said it, but does MMA have experience with high wall mining subsidence control plans?
They've done the vast majority of high wall mining in the east.
I want to look at the next page of addendum MP-6. This is DEQ 12-322. And I'm interested in particular in the last paragraph before the review of previous mining activity. And I realize that you did not draft this, but have you reviewed this information, Mr. Barron?
I have, yes.
And what, well, first of all, it's talking about support pillars will be designed to have a width equal to or exceeding the maximum extraction thickness anticipated in a high wall mining hole based on the mine's geologic model. Do you know what that means?
As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Can you explain it, please?
I can. So if the council will remember the figure that we had up previously, that's talking about the height of the coal seam, and it's talking about the barrier post being equal to that height, the width between them.
So this goes on to talk about occupational safety and health's NIOSH ARMS-HWM. What does that mean?
That's the program that's used to calculate the factor of safety. It's the one that BJ discussed and was trained on in his class. And it's also the program that Cardno, well, MMA now is familiar with.
So just to simplify, how does the pillar width, how do you figure out going from that general schematic to an actual plan to create a mine panel, say in TR1?
So in TR1, after you have taken a new sample or sample in that area and have sent the materials off for testing for both the floor, the roof, and the coal, those parameters are entered into this program. It's an industry standard, and based off the width and depth that you're going to go into a coal seam, part of what judges that too is the overburden thickness, the amount of, well, Jay Gilbert's computer as it sat on top of the roof and then the paper as it fell, that goes into this model so that the paper doesn't fall. And it's designed with the factor of safety, and the standard is 1.3 to assure to the best of their ability that we have a stable, non-subsiding mine plan for a specific area with specific parameters at that area.
What's the status of Brook's efforts to get an approved MSHA ground control plan?
That document is being prepared.
Has it been submitted?
It has not.
You know when it will be?
I don't know exactly the time that we will submit that, no.
Have you had any contact with anyone at MSHA regarding what's required for the ground control plan?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It's a gentleman by the name of Ron Gerke. He is their expert in that field and has served in that capacity for several years.
And just to be clear, who is Mr. Gerke? Who does he work for? Where is he responsible for, if you know?
He is in Denver. He works for MSHA in District 9, I believe it is.
Is that the district that the Brook mine will be located in?
Yes, that's the district that we're governed.
Did Mr. Gerke provide any guidance or information to help with the preparation of the ground control plan?
Absolutely, he did. He provided several documents.
I want to show you Exhibit Brook 10D. You recognize this document, Mr. Barron?
That was one supplied by Mr. Gerke.
How would you describe this document, just generally?
It's the District 9. It's titled on the top, District 9 High Wall Ground Control Plan Check Sheet. It's what needs to be provided to MSHA for a high wall miner.
Would you, or I suppose, could you direct the council to any relevant portions of this document as they pertain to subsidence?
I don't know.
Here, yeah, we'll give you a pointer here real quick.
One right in front of me. One on the table.
No, there is one on the table.
I got the red dot though. That's cooler. This is higher tech. My kids would be excited.
Mine works without batteries.
Can't have everything.
Go ahead, Mr. Barron.
So in this document, this area right here has a list of things that need to be supplied. I don't know if you can zoom that up for ease of at least my eyeballs. So we need to supply a slope to the ground to be mined, maximum high wall height, pit width, description of methods and equipment, and then it goes on to some other caveats. The width of high wall benches must be 2.5 times the width of the equipment to be used. I am sorry. There are a few caveats on the bottom. Like width of high wall benches must be 2.5 times the width of the equipment to be used. So it already sets out some of the design parameters for the high wall miner.
Let's take a quick look at the bottom of this page and just zoom in on this last box. What is your understanding of this portion of the checklist, Mr. Barron?
This mentions that factor of safety that I previously mentioned, using the program ARPS to have an overall factor of safety of 1.3.
Okay, let's move to the next page for just a moment. Can you zoom in on the top piece, please, Carrie? This appears to be a continuation of that comment that we just mentioned. What can you just summarize what this piece of the checklist requires?
Yes, that piece is providing MSHA a map of the design and the components that we use in the calculation of that factor of safety.
I think at this point, I'm going to raise the objection that several council members have raised before. This isn't in the permit application.
The commitment for
Well,
this isn't.
Mr. Barron, hold on just a minute. Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes.
This witness has already established that this is a checklist for the MSHA ground control plan that is very explicitly a part of the mine permit file and a commitment that Brook has made within that mine permit file. This goes directly to the objections about subsidence and is not only relevant, but already included in the permit file.
So this is in the permit?
To be clear, Mr. Chairman, this document is not in the file, in the permit file. What is in the permit file are very explicit commitments that an MSHA ground control plan will be provided before any mining takes place. And these are the requirements of an MSHA ground control plan.
Yeah, you can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And frankly, we're not going to spend much more time on this because I think we've established the point that needed to be done. But let's look at the top of page 3, Mr. Barron. Did you hear the testimony or have you heard the objections regarding the potential impacts that the Brook mine operation may cause on existing underground mines?
I have, yes.
Okay, zoom in please on the very top. Can you please summarize for the council what this portion of the MSHA ground control plan checklist requires?
It requires a 50-foot barrier needs to be maintained between the end of the hole and existing previous works.
Is that something that you will do as part of your MSHA ground control plan?
It's something we have to do.
Mr. Barron, have you reviewed the report by Dr. Jerry Marino that was submitted by the Powder River Basin Resource Council?
I have.
Did you also sit in on Dr. Marino's deposition?
I did, yes.
Do you believe that Dr. Marino's suggestions for additional geotechnical study and analysis are appropriate?
Yes.
Why do you think that his opinions or suggestions are appropriate?
They are appropriate, and as BJ has mentioned and was pointed out earlier, Dr. Marino's work was noted in the class that BJ attended.
So if you agree with his suggestions and with his opinion, or at least of the type of geotechnical study that needs to be done, why haven't you done it yet?
We haven't done it yet, but it is a commitment as part of the permit application in the ground control plan that those will be done.
You heard some testimony, I think it was from Mr. Christensen, about the technology involved in the high wall mining machine. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think he used the term directionally intelligent, if I remember correctly. What is your understanding of the technology used with the high wall mining machine?
The high wall mining machine, and it's being improved even today, has a lot of capabilities. BJ mentioned that it has a gamma probe to sense whether it's in the coal or not by the way the probe reads. There's also cameras at the front, and there's a surveying component. So the miner itself knows exactly how much coal it has extracted, and then those come into the reports that get filed with the agency. It also knows where it is on its azimuth, either with GPS or some other mechanism.
What does the Brook mine permit say about subsidence monitoring?
We commit to monitoring firstly for the immediate 6 months after we have mined an area, but that monitoring actually continues until final bond release.
And what does the permit application say about subsidence remediation?
If we find subsidence, we fix it.
At this point, before more questions are asked about the subsidence control plan, I'd like to just lodge a general objection that Mr. Barron didn't actually prepare this document, and I appreciate a little bit more foundation laid before he answers his questions about his personal knowledge about the document itself.
Any comment?
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
What I'd like to have you do then is we have the report. It was written by a subcontractor who's, I think it's been demonstrated, or Mr. Barron has said is capable of doing this. So if we can focus on the things that are in the permit, which I mean, the monitoring of subsidence, I believe, is something that would have been in the document Mr. Barron wrote or was involved with, and not the specific details of the Carno or Cardin.
Yes, absolutely, and I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I was done talking about the subsidence control plan, so I think we'll move on.
Thank you.
What is Brook Mine's expectation about the coal removal ratios?
That's listed in the permit. It's 45% to 60%, I believe.
Why doesn't Brook Mine anticipate any greater coal extraction?
That would be inherently dangerous and probably cause subsidence.
When you're mining into a coal seam, you know what, let's go back to that diagram that was exhibit DEQ 12-121. It might be easier to have you explain this with a diagram instead of just trying to talk about it. So I realize this is a general schematic and we don't know how tall the coal seam is, but roughly what would you expect the height of a coal seam to be in the Brook Mine area?
Around 12 feet thick.
Okay, so if we assume for a second that we're looking at a 12-foot tall seam of coal, how much of that 12 feet is the high wall miner going to remove in one of those drifts or entry spans?
Usually in the 12 feet, we would remove something like 10 feet of coal.
Why wouldn't you remove the entire 12 feet of coal?
The top portion of the coal and the bottom portion of coal are not equivalent to the chemical makeup of the central portion of the coal, so it's advantageous to remove the better coal.
Before we leave this diagram again, do you recall that Dr. Marino made rendered some opinions about Brook Mine's projected extraction ratios?
He did. He projected that we were extracting 75%.
And what is your reaction to that opinion?
We are not extracting that much coal.
And why not?
First, we clearly state in the permit application that it'll be between 45 and 60%. The other mechanism, it was evident in Marino's deposition that he was using this figure to establish how much our extraction was by using the worst case scenario on this figure, and this figure is not intended for that purpose.
All right, Mr. Barron, let's move to a discussion about everyone's favorite topic, alluvial valley floors, okay?
Mr. Sutton, before we do that, I'd like to ask you just a couple of questions about how much longer do you expect direct to occur for, Mr. Barron?
I anticipate one more hour of direct examination, Dr. Bagley.
All right, let us take a 10-minute break, then we'll come back and conclude direct to finish off today.
Very good, thank you.
So 10-minute recess. Back in session, please continue.
Okay, Mr. Barron, can you please summarize your understanding of the objections relating to alluvial valley floors?
In general, the objections deal with either harming or disrupting groundwater flows to alluvial valley floors.
And what is your opinion about how the Brook permit file addresses alluvial valley floors?
We have an entire binder dedicated to all of the components of an alluvial valley floor, Appendix D11.
You heard Mr. Christensen explain generally the process for alluvial valley floor determinations, right?
I did, yes.
Did you have anything that you would add to his testimony or explanation?
No, I think he did a complete job.
What limitations or restrictions are placed on a mine regarding AVF, just generally?
So one of the determinations on an alluvial valley floor is its significance to farming. And in general, you cannot harm or mine through an alluvial valley floor that has a significance to farming.
To your knowledge, are there any AVFs in and around the Brook permit area that are significant to farming?
None within the permit boundary.
If the AVF is not significant, are there still limitations about what a mine can do?
So if you mine through an alluvial valley floor that is not significant to farming, it has some function, say for instance, to convey flows. You could mine through that alluvial valley floor, but you would have to reconstruct it so that it could perform its function.
Does the Brook mine propose mining through any known designated AVFs?
It does not.
Okay. How do you know that these are the limitations on a mine with respect to AVF?
Guideline 9 sets out those parameters.
Have you also reviewed the rules and regs?
I have, yes.
But you're not a lawyer, are you, Mr. Barron?
I am not a lawyer.
So why would you look at the rules and the regs and the guidelines?
Because it's my job.
What do you mean by that?
In order for me to protect the public health and safety, I have to review the laws, the rules, the regulations to make a call whether or not I'm building a document that's compliant. I couldn't do my job without them.
Were there rounds of comments and responses regarding AVF?
Yes.
Do you know how many comments pertained to AVF?
You know, in general, I would say somewhere around 50, I suppose, if I was to guess.
To your knowledge, were all of those comments resolved to the satisfaction of DEQ?
They were.
What does the permit say about the expected impacts on AVF?
The permit outlines that we will have a minimal impact to AVFs.
And other than Appendix D11, where I think you said the baseline information is found, where would the council look to identify what the mine or what the permit says about AVF?
In the case of mining in and around an AVF, there are sections in the mine plan that outline that. And also the reclamation plan has sections on dealing with reclaiming in and near an AVF.
So we've just pulled up Exhibit DEQ 12-090. Is this the part of the mine plan that you were just referring to regarding AVF?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many pages this AVF portion goes on for?
Several.
Okay, we're not going to read them all. Is there anywhere else that the council might look to see what Brook is proposing regarding AVF?
Outside of the mine plan and the reclamation plan and Appendix D11, there would also be references in Appendix D6 dealing with hydrology.
All right, you referenced the reclamation plan and what it might say about AVF. We're going to pull up Exhibit DEQ 13-073. Mr. Barron, is this part of the reclamation plan?
Yes.
And is this the part you were referring to about AVF?
Yes.
Again, we don't want to read this in its entirety, but generally speaking, what does the reclamation plan say about reclaiming or restoring AVF?
So in the reclamation plan, we commit to, and if we have the reclamation plan set up for all occurrences that might happen within the mine site, but in this case, it would speak to restoring the hydrologic function or restoring flows to any AVF that we have severed flows that materially damage an AVF.
Do you believe that Brook Mine will be capable of restoring any AVF that it might impact?
Yes.
How can you, why? Based on what?
I've worked with other mines and we have restored AVFs in the practice of our business.
Mr. Christensen mentioned an example of restoring AVF functionality at the Rawhide mine. Do you remember hearing that?
I do, yes.
Do you know who designed the project to restore the AVF at the Rawhide mine?
Western Water Consultants.
And that's your company?
It is.
Were you personally involved in that?
I was not.
How do you know about it then?
I spoke to my supervisor. He told me about the project. We've also referenced that project in with others, and I've been involved in that.
Does Western Water Consulting have any other experience restoring AVF functionality after it's been affected by mining?
We have. We've done work for Antelope Mine as well.
And what did that well, first of all, did you do that work or design personally?
I did not.
But are you familiar with it?
I am, yes.
And so just generally, what happened and what was done?
It was a reconstructive effort to restore the hydrologic function of the AVF, which was primarily to convey underflows. So it meant replacing stream-laid deposits in a fashion that the AVF could continue to function the way it had in the pre-mine environment.
To your knowledge, was that restoration work approved by DEQ Land Quality Division?
It was, yes.
All right, let's move on to blasting. What is your general understanding of the blasting-related objections?
Most of the blasting-related objections have to do with vibrations and potential damage to structures, interruption of recreational activities, and potential harm to wells.
You heard Mr. Emmy testify just a little while ago about blasting, right?
I did, yes.
And did you have anything you'd like to add to Mr. Emmy's testimony?
No, I think Mr. Emmy did a fine job.
Can you just briefly describe some of the commitments that Brook Mine has in its blasting plan to protect structures in and around the Brook Mine?
As Mr. Emmy pointed out, there is a commitment in the mine plan for a pre-blast survey. Any resident within the half mile of the permit boundary can request a pre-blast survey, and that includes an examination of the structures, the wells, to ascertain their pre-mine condition. And then if some damage should occur in the future, we would have a case for potential causation, and then we could repair those damages.
Where would the council turn to find the commitments and the information regarding blasting in your permit file?
That would be in the mine plan volume.
You know off the top of your head where in the mine plan volume?
Not off the top of my head, but I could point it out in a relatively short order. That would be in section MP 14.
And where is that found in the mine plan? And what I mean is, what DEQ exhibit number is it?
This is in DEQ exhibit 12.
And what page?
The document page.
No, I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Barron. Does that one not say a DEQ dash number on it?
It does. I'm in the table of contents.
Oh.
That won't help you. But I am almost there, so. MP 14 begins on DEQ 12-073.
And where does the blasting related, where does MP .14 end?
It ends on DEQ 12082.
What is Brook Mine committed to do to make sure that residents of the area are aware of your anticipated blasting activities?
We need to publicize our blasting activities.
What does that mean?
Brook Mine needs to put in a circulation of public record our blasting schedule.
Mr. Barron, I don't know, maybe you're nervous or stiff or something. I don't know. A circulation of what?
A newspaper of circulation in the area.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's keep it simple, please. Other than putting a notice in the newspaper, what will Brook do to make sure that residents in the area are aware of the proposed blasting activities?
The mine area will have signage around the mine site to indicate that blasting activities are happening. We also put road guards or road blocks in the areas of blasting. There's an audible tone, a siren that will be heard.
Will you be sending any direct mail to any of the residents around the mine permit area?
Yeah, Mr. Emmy pointed out that we will be sending a direct mailer to everyone within a half mile.
Let's talk about bonding for a moment, okay, Mr. Barron?
Very good.
Again, you heard Mr. Emmy testify about bonding, right?
I did.
Did you have any disagreements with what Mr. Emmy said?
I did not.
Did you prepare the Brook Mine reclamation bond estimate?
I did.
And why did you do that?
It was an effort to convey to DEQ what our planned disturbances were for the first year.
Before you heard Mr. Emmy testify today, did you know that, in his opinion, your proposed estimate was high?
I did not until today.
How did that make you feel to hear that?
It made me feel like I did a good job.
Are you proud of the work you did on the Brook Mine permit application?
Absolutely.
Why?
This is a large volume of work that took uncountable man hours to complete. And the council has heard DEQ testify, and it's a good body of work, and it describes a lot, and there's a lot of detail in it.
How many man hours has Western Water Consulting put into preparing the Brook Mine application file?
Thousands.
How do you know that? You just sort of shut that off. How do you know?
Well, for me personally, I've been working on this project since May of 2013, and it has consumed the bulk of my time, at least 80%, and we continue the work today. So you figure four years of my time at 80%, 2,000 hours a year.
Is your permit application file perfect in your mind?
No.
Why not?
I don't know that anyone could say that any permit application is perfect. However, being a dynamic document, we have opportunities along several times during the application process to improve it and make it better, both either by our initiation or from comment from DEQ or the public.
Having committed all that time and investing yourself into the permit file, are you afraid that you're so invested that maybe you'd want this permit approved at all costs?
No, absolutely not.
Do you have any concerns with some of the permit conditions that have been discussed at this hearing?
No, if conditions need to be placed on the permit to make it a better document, I would welcome them.
Before we leave bonding, you heard some testimony that Brook Mine has not posted a bond for the first year of projected disturbance, right?
That's correct.
Is Brook Mine prepared to post that bond?
They are prepared to post a bond, yes.
And do you know how that bond, like what mechanism will be employed to make sure that the reclamation bond requirement is satisfied?
It'll be a financial instrument of sorts.
Okay, do you know what self-bonding is?
I do.
And will Brook Mine be self-bonding for its reclamation bond?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's talk about underground coal fires now, okay? Did you see any objections pertaining to underground coal fires?
I did see objections.
And what was the nature of those objections generally?
In essence, the Brook Mine was either not aware of underground coal fires or didn't know how to deal with them.
And what is your opinion of the Brook Mine, or rather how the Brook Mine permit addresses potential underground coal fires?
We have a fire control plan within the mine plan.
Do you think that underground coal fires will be a problem in this operation?
In the permit area, there are no known coal fires, but they certainly could be encountered, and the fire control plan can address those issues.
So where in the permit would the council need to look to examine your fire control plan?
They would look. It's an addendum. It's an addendum to the mine plan, addendum MP5.
Okay, and just so you don't have to turn to it, take a look at the screen, Mr. Barron. Is this addendum MP5?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the fire control plan say about what will happen if you encounter a coal fire?
I don't exactly remember the specifics of what it says.
Just a minute.
Let me turn. But fires in general, as they're discovered, we will extinguish those fires with the best technology that we have available to us to address those fires.
Do you believe it's possible to extinguish an underground coal fire if you were to encounter one in the Brook Mine operation?
Yes.
What's that based on?
One, mines commonly encounter underground coal fires and deal with them as part of their operational plan. Those have commonly been extinguished. Abandoned mine lands also deals with underground coal fires, and as part of the practice, they extinguish those underground coal fires. So the techniques used in either of those instances would be employed by Brook Mine.
Did Department of Environmental Quality, Land Quality Division express any concerns or comments regarding underground coal fires?
No, they did not.
Would you say that this is a common issue?
Not super common in a coal mine, but I mean, it's an occurrence that coal mines expect. One of the mechanisms for coal to catch fire is the presence of moisture and oxygen. And so coal naturally has some moisture in it and can be exposed to oxygen. So certainly the pieces to start a fire are there.
Let's turn really quickly to DEQ 12-316. This is still in your fire control plan, right?
It is.
So I'm looking at section MP-5.4.2, okay?
Yes.
So what does this say about coal fires?
It specifically says a coal fire in the pit will be extinguished by excavating the burning or smoldering coal and then spreading, compacting, and burying it as necessary.
This doesn't say, well, I better not ask too many leading questions. Does this say exactly where you expect coal fires will be encountered?
No, it does not.
Does it say exactly how the operations crew will react to the coal fire?
It does not.
Does it say what kind of equipment will be used to deal with the coal fire?
It does not.
Okay, so why not?
Just like Doug Emmy described, we want to allow for the best practices to deal with a coal fire. We have a section that says we will deal with those, and it gives us the broadest latitude to employ the best technologies that we have to deal with those fires.
Mr. Barron, what is, in your mind, a performance-based regulation?
A performance-based regulation is one that is written to achieve an outcome, but does not dictate how you get to that outcome.
Does that performance-based regulation approach apply, in your mind, to the Brook mine permit?
Absolutely it does.
So why?
DEQ regulations are performance-based regulations. For instance, this table, you could say as a regulator that a table shall be this wide, this deep, and supported by 2 legs. But a performance-based regulation would say this table needs to be supported, and an operator could choose how to support this table best to carry out the function of holding these documents. DEQ writes its regulations that way so that the operator has the broadest latitude to achieve something, but still needs to be restricted to a specific outcome.
Let's talk about groundwater briefly. Again, you were here to listen to the testimony of Dr. Kuchenauer, right?
I was.
Did you disagree with anything Dr. Kuchenauer had to say about groundwater?
No, I did not.
Ooh. Did you disagree with anything Dr. Kuchenauer had to say relating to groundwater?
I did not.
Would you add anything to Dr. Kuchenauer's testimony?
No, I would not.
Why not?
I think it's evident Dr. Kuchenauer's expertise in the field. He gave great comments to the permit application that I believe improved the application and addressed several issues. In the end, I think the state and the public can feel confident in both the state's ability, the professional engineers that worked on the groundwater control plan, that the document is sound.
What are the commitments that Brook Mine has made in the permit file regarding possible water well impairment?
Chief among those is the replacement of both quality and quantity of water if any well should be materially damaged.
And you heard the testimony about the distinction between an adjudicated well and a permitted well, right?
I did, yes.
And you heard the testimony about the condition that Brook Mine can't restrict its protections to only adjudicated wells?
I did.
And what is Brook Mine's reaction to that condition?
Well, it's accepted.
Why wasn't it that way in the first place?
It was that way in the first place. We cited both the statute in as a commitment in the mine plan and then added the term adjudicated well, which introduced a great deal of confusion, which is apparent by the public comment. Dr. Mutu pointed that out earlier in his testimony, and I think by adding that condition on the state decision document clarifies that. So rest assured, it's going to be permitted wells that are replaced.
So again, let's assume hypothetically that a well, well, first of all, is there a limit to how far away from the permit area you can be before these well replacement or restoration terms are triggered?
It's generally the half-mile buffer within the permit application. However, if someone outside of that buffer senses that the mine has done something to one of their water wells, they certainly can raise the concern, and it can be evaluated on its face, and if causation is found, we can deal with it.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but, well, let me just ask it again. What happens if there is water well impairment caused by the Brook mine? What does Brook mine have to do, in your opinion?
Brook mine needs to replace both quality and quantity.
And is that, I'm sorry, is that part of the permit commitments?
It is.
Who determines if you've replaced the quality and quantity of an impaired well sufficiently?
DEQ has oversight.
How long does this replacement have to last?
The replacement would need to satisfy the landowner for the duration of the well's life. So if it meant drilling a new well would be drilled.
What if a new well can't be drilled?
Then a supply of water would need to be granted to the owner. I mean, the commitment is in the permit to do the replacement of quality and quantity. We can't shirk that responsibility.
What are Brook Mine's predictions regarding the potential effect on the hydrologic balance in and around the area of the proposed Brook Mine?
We will have a minimal effect on the hydrologic balance within the Brook Mine.
Let's talk a little bit about the TR1 area, okay? How would you describe the geology of the TR1 area?
The TR1 area is comprised of mine backfill from mining operations that occurred to extract the Monarch coal seam. And below that, you have the overburden layer that Dr. Kuchar talked about, and then Kearney coal seams and master coal seams below that.
You heard some discussion about, in various parts of the testimony, about some alleged uncertainties about what the hydrogeology in that area might be like. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would you characterize this area, the geology and the hydrogeology, as unknown?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as unknown.
Why not?
It's in the area of the historic Bighorn, well, the active Bighorn coal mine, and they've been mining there since pre-law, so it is a known area.
You heard the testimony that there are no groundwater monitoring wells in the vicinity of the proposed TR1 pit, right?
I did, yes.
Okay, is that true? Are there no groundwater monitoring wells in that area?
There are no groundwater monitoring wells in the saturated backfill.
Are there wells that can give us information about the area that aren't in the saturated backfill?
Yes.
And just generally, where are those?
They're both north and south of that pit.
And is that the information that we saw in the cross-section that Dr. Kuchenauer was using?
Yes, the cross-section found in Appendix D5 showed both of those.
Did Brook Mine attempt to acquire data from groundwater monitoring in the area of the TR1 pit?
We did, yes.
And why, so if you tried, why didn't you get any?
Bighorn Coal called the Sheridan County Sheriff and had us escorted from the site.
Now you say us, who do you mean?
I had a water well driller subcontractor working on the site. He was escorted from the site. Then I went down with Mr. Niles Veal, and we spoke with the Sheridan County Sheriff, and he asked us to leave, and we obeyed him.
Did you tell DEQ that you were trying to get water monitoring information from that area and you were blocked?
Yes.
And what was the response that DEQ provided?
They allowed that the monitoring that had happened to date was sufficient, and we continued without adding any additional wells in that area.
Briefly on the subject of air quality, are you aware of objections pertaining to the air quality?
Yes.
And who is responsible for issuance of an air quality permit?
Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, their air quality division.
And is that different from the land quality division?
It is.
Has an air quality permit been granted?
It has.
And is there a copy of it in this mine permit file?
No, there's not.
Why not?
It's referenced in the permit documents, but it's not a requirement that it be in this permit document.
How will Brook Mine handle agreements with, for example, Sheridan County regarding any impact that the Brook Mine may have on county roads?
If we are going to have an impact to a county road, we will have, and we've started discussions with the county already to make them aware that we will have some impacts at some time. We will enter into a memorandum of understanding with them, and those documents will become part of the adjudication file of the permit application.
But is there any information in the permit file now about agreements you have with the county about county roads?
No, there is not.
Why not?
There is no impending need to engage the county because we're not planning at any time right now to move any of their roads.
But I guess maybe I was speaking more broadly. I don't mean about just moving county roads. Do you have to have discussions with Sheridan County about using the county roads?
No.
Okay. Mr. Barron, we're moving a little faster than I anticipated, which is always good news, but it also makes me nervous that I may have missed something. Although I suppose in fairness, the council will get an opportunity to ask questions of you. Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me for just a moment, I'll consult with my colleagues and make sure that I haven't missed anything obvious.
That would be fine, and we'd be certainly happy if you've been moving quickly. That's great.
Thank you.
That was my
Okay, Mr. Barron.
Yes.
To your understanding, has DEQ Land Quality Division deemed the Brook Mine permit application technically adequate?
They have.
And to your knowledge, has that determination changed in any way in response to the objections that have been raised by objectioners?
It has not.
I think I already asked you this, but just to make sure, are you proud of the work that you and your team did on the Brook Mine permit application?
I am, yes.
Is there anything that you would change in the permit application as it exists today?
At this point, no.
Are you confident in the quality of the work that your sub-consultants performed in in assisting on the Brook Mine permit application?
I am.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Thank you very much. So we will recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning, when we will start cross-examination. We are recessed.
Mr. Chairman, what will the order of cross-examination be?
Okay, first,